use Nazi terminology in this chamber and that he was not allowed to do so. So I expect the presidency of this House to take the necessary steps. Thank you.
We will look at what has happened. So next, Konstantinos Arvanitis, 1 minute. No, hold on. Let's. We have had correspondence on this. I know. We have exchanged correspondence on this. Okay. Mr. Arvanitis, please.
Αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι, και ιδιαίτερα στον κύριο Λέναρς ήθελα να πω και στους συναδέλφους του Ρινιού ήθελα να πω, αυτό το παιχνίδι με τα δύο άκρα είναι πολύ επικίνδυνο με την ιστορία των δύο άκρων. Η ομάδα μου λέγεται η αριστερά στο Ευρωπαϊκό Κοινοβούλιο. Δεν είναι άκρα αριστερά. Αυτή η μέρα είναι μια μαύρη μέρα. Please, Mr. Λέναρς. Δεν χαρακτήρισα εγώ την ομάδα σας. Αυτή η μέρα είναι μια μαύρη μέρα. Για μας, για την Ελλάδα, για τις χώρες υποδοχής, για τους κατατρεγμένους. Αυτό το σύμφωνο που πολύ πανηγυρίζεται και εμείς δουλέψαμε μαζί με εσάς πάρα πολύ για να είναι καλό, θετικό. Νομίζω ότι είναι μια χαμένη ευκαιρία. Γιατί, για να είμαστε σαφείς, υπάρχει μέσα το θέμα των νόμιμων οδών μετανάστευσης που θέλαμε. Υπάρχει υποχρεωτική μετεγκατάσταση σε όλα τα κράτη-μέλη χωρίς αστερίσκους, ώστε να μην γίνονται οι χώρες υποδοχής φυλακές της Ευρώπης. Εκεί διαφωνούμε. Και για το θέμα της πρima facie και των δικαιωμάτων, αλλά αυτό είναι το βασικό. Τι θα πάμε να πούμε εμείς στον Εύρο? Okay. Αυτό είναι το βασικό θέμα για μας και αυτή είναι η ένστασή μας. Γι' αυτό η αριστερά δεν θα το ψηφίσει.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, today I want to talk about the real essence of the whole migration debate. Because really it has never really been about helping refugees. We all want to help people in need. This debate, however, in its essence is about whether or not we're able to preserve our European identity, our way of life, norms, culture and traditions. The promotion of mass migration threatens all that. It is in reality a social transformation project that is imposed upon the European people without, in most cases, ever asking them about their opinion and consent. Illegal mass migration leads to the disintegration of society. It breaks down European norms. It destroys public security. The first signs of that horrible disaster are already visible in many Western European cities. Think of just France, for instance, and the brutal, horrendous murders that have become part of French life. Public safety is deteriorating. The state is losing control. Public authority is slipping out of its hand. We in Hungary haven't given up on defending our way of life, our security and culture. The Hungarian people have been asked about this issue and they have repeatedly rejected illegal mass migration. This is why we firmly reject this pact. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor now to Elisabeth Vosenberg. 1 minute.
Ευχαριστώ, κυρία Πρόεδρε. Αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι, η συμφωνία που ψηφίζουμε σήμερα αποτελεί μια ηχηρή απάντηση σε όσους κατηγορούν την Ένωση για αδυναμία ανταπόκρισης στα μεγάλα και σοβαρά προβλήματα των πολιτών. Ο κανονισμός για καταστάσεις κρίσης και ανωτέρας βίας, που είχα την τιμή να είμαι εισηγήτρια για την πολιτική μου ομάδα, το ΕΛΚ, επιτρέπει στα κράτη-μέλη να αντιμετωπίζουν ξαφνικές και μαζικές εισρωές υπηκόων τρίτων χωρών κατά παρέκκληση των γενικών διατάξεων, πάντα βεβαίως με σεβασμό στα θεμελιώδη δικαιώματα των ετούντων άσυλο. Και καταφέραμε να εντάξουμε και την εργαλειοποίηση μεταναστών πάγια τακτική τρίτων χωρών όπως η Τουρκία. Πρόκειται για ένα σημαντικό πολιτικό επίτευγμα, ειδικά για τα κράτη-μέλη πρώτης υποδοχής όπως η χώρα μου η Ελλάδα. Η νέα νομοθεσία, εφαρμόσιμη σε όλη την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, προβλέπει υποχρεωτική αλληλεγγύη μεταξύ των κρατών μελών και αναλογική κατανομή ευθυνών. Επιπρόσθετα, προβλέπει και υποχρεωτικό αντιστάθμισμα από τις χώρες που συνεισφέρουν ώστε να καλυφθεί το 100% των αναγκών του κράτους μέλους σε κρίση. Τέλος, θεωρώ αναγκαίο να επισημάνω ότι επιτέλους τα δίκαια αιτήματα των χωρών πρώτης υποδοχής ικανοποιούνται. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vosenberg. Next is Isabel Santos. 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. Se a política é a arte dos possíveis, O momento que vivemos é uma das mais acutilantes ilustrações disto mesmo. Mas nem esta consciência apaga em todos nós o travo amargo de, depois de anos a fio, a clamar por uma política comum de imigração e asilo, chegarmos ao fim com esta solução. Um pacto muito aquém daquilo que a defesa dos valores europeus exige para o futuro. Este não é o meu pacto. Penso que não é o pacto de quase ninguém. É o pacto possível, num momento marcado pelo crescimento da extrema-direita, xenófoba, racista e instigadora do medo, do ódio e da divisão entre todos nós. Sinto este momento como uma derrota, mas nem por isso o encaro como um momento para a desistência ou desânimo. É sim o ponto de partida para novas lutas no acompanhamento e fiscalização da implementação deste pacote legislativo, tendo como guia a defesa dos direitos fundamentais dos imigrantes e refugiados. A luta não terminou, continua com renovada força.
I give the floor now to Abir Al-Sahlani. 1 minute.
Tack fru talman, kommissionärer, ärade kollegor. Jag tvingades fly till mitt älskade Sverige som ensamkommande flyktingbarn när jag var 15 år. Då fanns det inga lagliga vägar in. Idag finns det inga lagliga vägar in till tryggheten. Vi kan inte lämna den här frågan i händerna på taggtrådshögern som vill ha ett stängt Europa utan hjärta eller respekt för internationell rätt. Vi kan inte heller lämna den här frågan i händerna på den drömmande vänstern som hellre ser kaos och ingen lagstiftning för detta första steg. Och vi kan inte lämna den här frågan i händerna på smugglarna och de kriminella nätverken. Det här är ett första steg för en gemensam europeisk hållbar, rättssäker, human flykting-, migrations- och asylpolitik. Det här är ett första steg för solidaritet mellan våra länder. Det är tillsammans och endast tillsammans som vi kan skapa ett bättre skydd för människor som flyr undan förtryck och krig. Och det är endast tillsammans som vi kan stå redo för nästa flyktingkris och hålla gränsen mot de kriminella smugglarna av människor. Tack.
Thank you very much, Ms. Al-Sahlani. Damian Karam, 1 minute.
En 2015, j'étais maire de Grande-Sainte près de Calais. J'ai vécu la crise de l'accueil et non migratoire, Fabienne Keller, de plein fouet. J'ai accueilli avec le plus de dignité possible sur ma commune les plus de 2500 Syriens qui étaient arrêtés sur cette commune. Et j'ai fait, parallèlement à ça, baisser le score de l'extrême droite aux élections qu'on suivit. Fort de cette expérience, eurodéputé, je me suis attaqué ici aux causes dites réelles pour changer ces politiques migratoires ignobles. De cette réforme, j'attendais des solutions humaines, de la solidarité, la fin des violations des droits des exilés, du Parlement européen que nous tenions bon sur nos valeurs. De la droite et de l'extrême droite, je n'attendais rien parce qu'elles répondent la haine de l'autre pour masquer leurs échecs. De Renaissance, j'aurais aimé un sursaut d'humanité. Des socialistes, j'espérais naïvement du courage. Mais le Parlement a choisi la soumission totale au Conseil pour aboutir à ce pacte abject. Renaissance et socialistes parlent d'humanité, de solidarité foutaise. Sous couvert de lutter contre l'extrême droite, vous avez scellé un pacte avec le diable que les ONG et le monde de la recherche dénoncent unanimement. En l'adoptant, vous renforcez et financez les murs de l'Europe forteresse. Vous généralisez la détention des exilés, y compris des enfants. Vous légalisez les pires pratiques. Vous vous félicitez de politiques criminelles, comme l'a dénoncé le rapporteur de l'ONU en Libye. Ce pacte est la honte de l'Europe. Il est votre honte.
Merci. Now I give the floor to Asita Kanko. 1 minute.
Beste collega's, zou allen Kurdi gered zijn met het pakket maatregelen waar we straks over gaan stemmen? Zouden al die duizenden verdrinkingsdoden in de Middellandse Zee zijn voorkomen? Ik vrees van niet. Het asiel- en migratiepact doet namelijk niks om ongecontroleerde toestroom met hulp van mensensmokkelaars tegen te gaan. Op dit punt krijgt het akkoord van mij dus een dikke onvoldoende. Zal de druk op onze samenleving minder zijn met deze maatregelen? Hier ben ik iets positiever. Ik verwacht dat het afhandelen van kansloze asielaanvragen direct aan de Europese buitengrenzen het aantal secundaire bewegingen zal doen afnemen. Ik denk ook dat de uitbreiding van 2 databases alle betrokken instanties zullen helpen. Op deze onderdelen kan ik het pact dus steunen, op de andere niet. Tot slot moet dit van mijn hart. Vlaams Belang heeft heel stoer een paar amendementen ingediend, wetende dat dit nu kansloos is. Er is 8 jaar over deze maatregelen onderhandeld en ik heb Vlaams Belang de afgelopen jaren nergens gezien tijdens de onderhandelingen. Beste kiezer, trap niet in de val. Vlaams Belang heeft in de migratiediscussie niks voor u bereikt. De N-VA wel, ook al blijft het ver van perfect. Wij doen ons parlementair werk.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kanko. Next is Gunnar Beck. 1 minute.
Bei strikter Anwendung des Dublin-Asylregimes hätte Europa kaum und Deutschland gar keine illegalen Migranten aufnehmen müssen. Deshalb will die Kommission Dublin durch den Migrationspakt ersetzen. Der Pakt soll erstens Frontex zu einer Seenotrettungsagentur für Migranten umbauen, zweitens den Familienzuzug auf Onkel, Halbgeschwister und auf der Flucht gefundene Lebensabschnittspartner ausweiten, drittens Asylverfahren vereinfachen und beschleunigen, viertens Osteuropa durch einen Verteilungsmechanismus verwestlichen und fünftens den Begriff Illegale durch irreguläre oder ungeordnete Migration ersetzen. Gar nichts indes sagt der Pakt zu Grenzschutz und zur Rückführung nicht asylberechtigter Migranten. Und Migranten sollen weiter ohne Identifizierung einreisen dürfen. Der Grund ist offensichtlich. Die EU will mehr Migranten, legal oder nicht.
I give the floor next to Kinga Gál. 1 minute.
Elnök asszony, a brüsszeli fősodor által erőltetett migrációs politika szemmel láthatóan megbukott. A migránsok egyre erőszakosabbak, és többségük illegálisan Európa területén marad. A brüsszeli bürokrácia és az európai baloldal azonban semmit sem tanul hibáiból, sőt a mostani rossz migrációs csomag áterőltetésével tovább ront a helyzeten. Magyarország a lehető leghatározottabban elutasítja ezt a migrációs paktumot, hiszen a kötelező szolidaritási elosztási mechanizmus bevezetése és a migránstáborok létrehozása csak meghívót jelentene az illegális bevándorlók milliói és az embercsempész bűnszervezetek számára. Ehelyett az illegális migráció megállítására van szükség. Sikeres példa a magyar modell, ami fizikai és jogi határzállal akadályozza meg, hogy illegális bevándorlók lépjenek be a területére. Magyarország nem lesz bevándorló ország. A tömeges migrációval szemben meg kell védeni határainkat, és tartanunk kell magunkat ahhoz, hogy mi határozhassuk meg, kikkel élünk együtt. Ez is lesz a választás tétje.
I give the floor now to Carlo Ressler. 1 minute.
Hvala puno predsjednice, povjerenici, kolegice i kolege. 2 mjeseca uoči europskih izbora, nakon 8 kaotičnih godina lutanja i 1000 izgubljenih života, pred ključnim smo odlukama. Masovni, nezakoniti prelasci, 1000 i 1000 nepoznatih ljudi, često instrumentaliziranih u geopolitičkim igrama, predugo su unosili nered i patnju, kaos i sigurnosne ugroze i za Hrvatsku i za Europu. Ono što smo od početka branili kao civilizacijsko, kao zdravorazumsko, sada se i usvaja kao takvo. A i najnaivniji prepoznaju da je potreban veća naglasak na sigurnost. Čvršća zaštita granice, šire korištenje biometrijskih podataka i brže deportacije onih koji nemaju pravo na azil. Nemamo iluzija da će migracijski izazovi nestati, dogovor nije savršen, ali je miljama bolji od kaosa koji imamo. Pokažimo europsku zrelost da u eri bez presedana možemo ponuditi konkretna rješenja, a ne parole ili jeftine emotivne cene. Hvala.
Thank you. Mr. Ressler, next Elena Joncheva. 1 minute.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente, Madame et Monsieur le Commissaire, chers collègues. Depuis plus d'une décennie, il est clair que la politique européenne actuelle en matière de migration ne fonctionne pas. Cette politique n'est pas effective ni pour les États membres, en particulier ceux qui sont soumis à des pressions aux frontières extérieures de l'Union européenne, ni pour les demandeurs d'asile. Pour la première fois, l'Union européenne disposera d'un système permanent de relocalisation qui aidera les États membres sous pression et pas seulement d'un mécanisme volontaire. Nous nous sommes mis d'accord sur des procédures justes et efficaces pour évaluer des demandes d'asile, aussi que sur des règles claires pour gérer les situations en crise. Tout cela devrait fournir une solution européenne commune et mettre fin au chaos aux frontières extérieures. Et Madame Commissaire Johansson, Commissaire China, je tiens à vous remercier pour votre engagement personnel en faveur du pacte. Je vous remercie.
Merci Madame Yoncheva. Next is Damien Borselager. 1 minute. Okay, not here. Next, Shari Weimers. 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, if you want less migration to Europe, kill this deal. Only 3 of these legal acts will help in the fight against illegal immigration without sacrificing national sovereignty or imposing costs. The others will incentivize more migration. How will redistribution deter millions and millions of migrants destined to arrive in Europe the coming decades? It won't. Instead, the entire EU will mimic Sweden's migrant problems: gang wars, overrun welfare systems, and increasing Islamism all over Europe. Commissioner Johansson and the left won't be in charge after the EU elections. Then the center-right can negotiate a deal that stops illegal migration, locates the entire asylum process outside Europe, increases deportations, and support frontline member states without imposing forced solidarity. Colleagues, vote no, let the people decide in the elections, more or less migration.
I give the floor next to Lukas Mandl. 1 minute.
Vielen Dank, Frau Präsidentin. Sehr geehrte Mitglieder der Europäischen Kommission, es sind mehrere hier. Das markiert einen besonderen Tag, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen. Es kann ein besonderer Tag werden für die Europäische Union unter dem Motto und sie bewegt sich doch. Kann man Bürgerinnen und Bürgern der Europäischen Union heute sagen, ja, wir schaffen es, mit Asyl und irregulärer Migration umzugehen in der Europäischen Union, etwas, worauf Menschen seit Jahren warten. Im Herbst 2020 gab es den Vorschlag der Europäischen Kommission, und als jemand, der die Europäische Kommission oft und viel kritisiert, aus guten Gründen, finde ich, es war ein guter Vorschlag. Die Verhandlungen haben lange gedauert. Sie wären ohne den Weckruf Österreichs, ich will das schon sagen dürfen, nicht zu einem Ende gekommen, und heute braucht dieses Asyl- und Migrationspaket eine Mehrheit hier im Europäischen Parlament. Dass extrem Rechte und extrem Linke hier dagegen sind, zeigt doch, dass es ein gutes Paket ist, mit dem es gelingen wird, menschen- und sachgerecht irreguläre Migration zu bekämpfen, vor allem im Interesse derer, die sich auf eine gefährliche und teure Reise machen, und im Interesse aller Bürgerinnen und Bürger.
Thank you, Mr. Mandl. I now close the Catch the Eye applications, and I give the floor to Pedro Marques. 1 minute.
Thank you, President, Commissioners, colleagues. It may be easy to come here and criticize the Pact, the Migration Pact. It is obviously not perfect, but it is a compromise, a moment in which Europe stops dragging its feet on migration, and therefore it is a positive moment. The Pact will establish effective procedures to manage our borders, but never giving up on EU solidarity with the refugees. That's why the far right hates it. It will overcome national selfishness that left alone our border countries in the Mediterranean, introducing a binding solidarity mechanism between member states. That is also why the far right hates it. It addresses the need to cooperate with origin countries. If the EU really wants to manage migration, it must cooperate on the stabilisation and development of these countries. And that is also why the far right hates it. Imperfect as it might be, this is one of the milestones of these 5 years. The far right hates it because they will have to live with the fact that we deliver. For the Europeans, yes, we will deliver today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marquez. So we go to Catch the Eye now, and I start by giving the floor to Tomislav Sokol.
Thank you very much. Postignutim dogovorom o azilu i migracijama omogućujemo državama članicama da efikasno štite vanjske granice, ali i da se bore protiv krijumčara ljudima. Sviđalo se to nekima ovdje ili ne, države članice, a ne krijumčari, odlučivat će tko može, a tko ne može ući u Europsku uniju. Prema novim pravilima, na granici će se procjenjivati jesu li zahtjevi za azil neutemeljeni ili nedopušteni, a to će spriječiti da se postupak povodom zahtjeva za azil, kao što je to do sada uglavnom bio slučaj, događa dublje u teritoriju država članica. Treba jasno reći da nezakonite migracije predstavljaju sigurnosnu ugrozu za europske građane i da Europska unija ne može na svoj teritorij primiti sve one koji se žele domoći EU samo zato što se tu bolje živi. Zato je važno spriječiti učestale zlouporabe sustava azila i razlikovati ekonomske migrante od izbjeglica, što s ovim paktom i čini. Treba spomenuti da je skupina kolega iz ovog parlamenta lijeve orijentacije jednom pokušala nezakonito prijeći državnu granicu Republike Hrvatske i tako isprovocirati međunarodni incident, u čemu su ih branili neki njihovi hrvatski kolege. Zbog takvih neodgovornih političara važno je da Europa dobije snažna i jasna pravila o zaštiti europskih građana. Hvala lijepa.
Thank you, Mr. Sokol. Maria Arena.
Voilà. Merci Madame la Présidente. Alors je ne voterai pas ce pacte pour l'asile et la migration. Tout simplement parce qu'il y a des risques certains d'érosion des droits fondamentaux des demandeurs d'asile, mais aussi parce qu'il ne va pas répondre aux défis et aux pressions auxquels sont soumis les pays d'entrée, car il n'y a pas de réelle solidarité européenne organisée. Ce pacte organisera moins d'accès à la protection pour les demandeurs d'asile. Il y aura plus de violence aux frontières, plus de violations des droits fondamentaux en matière de protection des demandeurs d'asile. Il y aura une externalisation de la politique européenne de migration. Et donc, pour toutes ces raisons, je pense que nous avons raté l'opportunité qui était la nôtre de pouvoir avoir un pacte qui soit un pacte efficace et un pacte qui donne et qui respecte les valeurs européennes. Merci.
Thank you. Next, Ana Miranda.
Obrigada, Presidenta. O mundo está a olhar para nós, não com o nosso voto, porque não queremos uma Europa fortaleza, com fronteiras, e que apoia a ditaduras pagando para externalizar as fronteiras. O Pacto de Migração e Asilo apoia-se na política de seguridade, deixa ao lado a solidariedade e os direitos humanos. Não podemos aceitar os discursos da extrema-direita desta Câmara e da extrema-direita em geral para dizer-nos o que temos que fazer. Primeiro é proteger as pessoas. As muralhas e os valados criminalizam. As muralhas e os valados deixam fora a dignidade humana. As muralhas e os valados não respeitam a pessoa. Nós, hoje, estaremos aqui fora, na Praça de Luxemburgo, apoiando todas as organizações e a todos os povos que lutam por um pacto migratório e por um pacto de asilo, respeitando a dignidade humana e os direitos. Muito obrigada.
I give the floor next to Angel Jambaski.
Нелегалната миграция залива европейския континент. Нелегалната миграция променя историите, променя традициите, променя наследствата на европейските нации, на европейските държави. Нелегалната миграция е заплаха и вината за това, уважаеми колеги, е ваша. Вие и вашите покани, които отвориха тази кутия на Пандора и позволиха да бъде насърчавано трафика на хора, да бъде насърчавано предвижването на хора, които идват в Европа с други нечисти цели. Сега оплашени от това, което направихте и оплашени от резултата, който ще се случи на предстоящите избори за вашите партии, се опитвате да избягате от ваша отговорност и предлагате абсолютно безгръбначен и политически импотентен пакет. Той трябва да бъде отхвърлен. Той не просто насърчава, той ще отвори още по-голяма вълна от нелегална миграция. Задължително заселване, квоти, солидарност и прочи неразумни работи отново ще засилят Този процес, който е опасен за вашите и за нашите нации и държави. И на това трябва да бъде сложено край. Това трябва да бъде отхвърлено. Благодаря.
Thank you, Mr. Jambaski. Anabela Rodrigues.
Como disse o rei da Bélgica hoje aqui, temos que ter a coragem de olhar as estrelas que acompanham as pessoas refugiadas. Neste dia de Eid, com uma guerra na Ucrânia, um genocídio na Palestina, este Parlamento Europeu se propõe a dramatizar ainda mais as vidas de milhões de pessoas dentro e fora da União Europeia, que pensavam ter na Europa um porto seguro. Este continente da liberdade e da solidariedade implicava honrar os princípios e votar contra este pacto.
Finally, Sean Kelly.
I think most people in Europe are sympathetic to the plight of migrants and asylum seekers, and I welcome them, but they expect it to be done in a fair and equitable manner. Up until now, that wasn't possible because we have different systems across Europe. So I welcome this package. I think it will bring coordination in line with our obligations under international treaties and conventions, and will ensure that there's a cohesive and proper manner in which asylum seekers are assessed. This notion that everybody can come to Europe, legal and illegal, and stay here indefinitely, that upsets people, and that's understandable. They expect it to be done, and now we can do it in solidarity. And I think once we do that, and every member state plays its part, we will help to have a proper structure and also break the power of the people smugglers who have got away with exploiting the most unfortunate people in the world for too long. Now I think we can get it done properly and fairly and show that Europe is compassionate and works in solidarity.
Thank you very much. So now I give the floor to the Vice President of the Commission, Margaritis Schinas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honourable members, 4 years ago, before presenting our proposals for a new pact for migration and asylum, the situation in Europe was full of images that we didn't like. Lampedusa, Moria, Calais, Canarias. But contrary to those who tried to craft the argument that all this was the result of Europe's making, we were very clear from the start that everything we didn't like about migration was the direct consequence of the lack of Europe. This was the cost of non-Europe. And this is what we are correcting today. The package that we have agreed with member states and with the political groups is a delicate, balanced outcome. I can hear from your passionate contributions in the debate today that not all of you are happy with the result. That's okay. That's a good thing, because these arguments clearly point out to a balanced outcome that leaves many people in agreement, but leaves other people in the fringes, disagreeing. This is what European democracy is all about. Actually, the thing you are about to vote today is the only thing that we didn't try on migration policy in this political cycle. We did all the rest but having a regulatory framework for migration. We did crisis management, we defended our member states against instrumentalization of migration flows by authoritarian neighbours, we ran from incident to incident, crisis to crisis, ship to ship. We did everything but one, to have a policy. And we are now nearing this moment. This is indeed a make it or break it moment. We are about to open the door to a new house, a packed house, which will be founded on the respect of fundamental rights and the dignity and the values we represent. Not a fortress Europe, but a well-guarded house with more secure external borders and clear rules on who is entitled to enter. A house that will provide shelter to those fleeing persecution, war and violence. A house where all asylum applications will be processed duly and fairly. A house that will also make sure that those who do not have legal right to be under our protection should be returned to the countries of origin with speed and dignity. And these effective rules, clear, cohesive, holistic rules, will also help us to make EU solidarity the new normal. Honourable members, we are now about to vote. You are about to vote. And this is a major moment for responsibility. This is a unique chance because, frankly, it is not enough for some of you to say that we don't want porous borders and do nothing about it. It is not enough to others to say that we want to protect the sanctity of asylum at all costs, but voting down this package. And it is not enough to say that you want to improve the rights of refugees and migrants, but stand against the legal texts that are precisely meant to do that. So, this is the moment of truth. Perfection is always the enemy of progress. The pact that you have in front of you is not rebuilding the Parthenon. We never claimed to do so, but we are making a marked, tangible improvement after many years of failures. We today have a non-system for migration in Europe. This might be good for those who want to win votes from the fact that Europe cannot sort out our migration problems. But it is not good for the rest of us. It is not good for citizens. It was not good for Europe. So, a vote against the Pact is a vote against the Europe of solutions. I personally felt privileged and honored to be able to accompany this historic process from the day one to today. We are now about to cross the Rubicon on migration and asylum policy. We are about to show to everybody that the EU can deliver on issues that matter to our people most. Let that be the one, single, and resounding message voters will need to take when they go to vote next June. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President. And now we will give the concluding remarks to all the rapporteurs, starting with Birgit Sippel. 2 minutes.
Frau Präsidentin, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen! Ich denke, diese Debatte hat gezeigt, dass der vorliegende Kompromiss mit Sicherheit kein einfacher ist. Manche Redebeiträge haben aber auch sehr deutlich gemacht, warum es angesichts einer sehr komplexen Herausforderung so schwierig war, eine sachgerechte Lösung zu erarbeiten. Dennoch, trotz weit voneinander entfernter Ausgangspositionen ist es uns dann, nach 8 Jahren, in nur wenigen Monaten gelungen, eine umfassende Einigung zu erzielen. Und das zeigt die Entschlossenheit, den Einsatz vieler Beteiligter, und es zeigt auch die Bereitschaft, Verantwortung für eine solche Herausforderung zu übernehmen. Und deshalb und trotz mancher auch berechtigter Kritik haben wir heute die Gelegenheit, endlich dringend benötigte gemeinsame Lösungen für unseren Umgang mit Flucht und Migration zu beschließen, Regeln für Kontrolle, Verantwortung und Solidarität. Und damit beweisen wir nach Jahren des Stillstandes Handlungsfähigkeit der EU auch in Migrationsfragen und können erreichen, dass überall in Europa europäisches Recht gewahrt wird, indem die Mitgliedstaaten, die der Reform mit qualifizierter Mehrheit zugestimmt haben, die Umsetzung schnell und basierend auf Grundrechten vornehmen. Und ja, es heißt auch, dass die Kommission Verstöße von Mitgliedstaaten ahndet, damit die systematischen Menschenrechtsverletzungen an unseren Außengrenzen nicht nur konsequent bestraft, sondern tatsächlich endlich auch beseitigt werden. Und ich sage es noch einmal. Unser Einsatz für eine solidarische Migrationspolitik endet nicht heute. In der nächsten Legislatur sind weitere Maßnahmen notwendig, gerade mit Blick auf legale Zuwanderung. Und wir werden die Umsetzung und Einhaltung des Rechtes überwachen, damit diese Reform ein zwar schwieriger, aber dennoch ein Schritt in die richtige Richtung wird. Vielen Dank.
Thank you, Ms. Sippel. Next, Fabienne Keller. 2 minutes.
Chère Metsola, Madame, Monsieur le Commissaire, cher Margaritis Skinas, cher Ylva Johansson. Chers collègues, nous y sommes. Après 8 ans de dur travail, nous pouvons agir pour répondre aux défis migratoires. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes face à un choix difficile et crucial. Soyons réalistes et honnêtes. Rejeter le pacte, c'est empêcher une quelconque réforme pour les 10 années qui viennent. Rejeter le pacte, c'est choisir un statu quo inacceptable, inacceptable pour les États, pour les citoyens européens et surtout pour les demandeurs d'asile. C'est pourquoi, chers collègues, j'appelle à nouveau tous les membres des partis centristes et pro-européens à soutenir ce pacte et enfin à agir pour le contrôle de l'immigration et pour une vraie solidarité européenne. Concrètement, je le rappelle brièvement, grâce au pacte, nous mettons fin aux situations de chaos aux frontières de l'Union et dans nos territoires, comme à Calais par exemple en France. Grâce au pacte, nous réduirons significativement la présence des personnes en situation irrégulière sur le sol européen. Grâce au pacte, nous rendrons nos procédures d'asile plus efficaces, plus harmonisées et plus respectueuses des migrants. Chers collègues, agir ou empêcher, c'est notre choix aujourd'hui. Avec mes collègues du groupe Renew Europe, nous sommes résolus à agir et à soutenir sans exception ce pacte européen asile et migration. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Madame Keller. Next, Thomas Tobé. 2 minutes.
President, Commissioner, I think it is clear for everyone that is watching what is happening on the ground today, understands that we need to have a new European migration policy. We have horrific numbers of people dying in the Mediterranean Sea. We still see that the majority of people coming to Europe are irregular migrants. We see that we have a lack of trust between member states. And we also see that we have a lack of trust also from citizens towards governments, towards European politicians. Now, finally, we have something on the table. We have something that is truly negotiated, and we have an opportunity now to find a constructive majority in this House to vote in favour of this migration pact. For years, this House has criticised the Council for not making up their mind, for not being ready to negotiate. Now, finally, we have the Council ready to adopt this and move forward towards a true European migration policy. Should it then be this House who rejects it, who shows that we're not mature enough to take decisions that would actually mean that we will stick to our European values, but yes, we will have a more controlled migration policy than we have today, but we will also make a choice that we will prioritise the people in need of protection, and we will decrease irregular migration, and finally, we will also open up to cooperate more within the Union and together with countries outside of Europe. This is the right path forward, and I do hope, colleagues, please be responsible today. Please vote in favour of the Migration Pact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tobé. Next, Juan Fernando López Aguilar. 2 minutes.
Gracias, Presidenta. Parlamento Europeo. Esta es la única institución directamente electiva, supranacional y legislativa del mundo. Somos expresión democrática de la diversidad irreductible y de la complejidad de la integración europea. Procedemos de nuestros 27 Estados miembros que no se han disuelto con la Unión Europea y vamos a elecciones el próximo 9 de junio. Y digo esto para recordar que el procedimiento legislativo del que venimos ha sido extremadamente difícil. ¿Cómo no iba a serlo? En modo que ninguno de los negociadores que hemos tenido parte podemos estar enteramente satisfechos y no lo estoy yo. He escuchado críticas legítimas y las respeto. Por supuesto, he escuchado también desinformación con argumentos refutables en cuanto se lea el contenido de las leyes europeas que vamos a aprobar, espero, en esta sesión que es histórica. Pero profeso mucho respeto a quienes lo han criticado desde organizaciones humanitarias. Quiero recordarles que hay organizaciones internacionales de primer rango, el Comisionado de Naciones Unidas para los Derechos Humanos, el Comisionado para los Refugiados y la Organización Internacional de Migraciones que han saludado el pacto como un paso adelante y positivo. Pero a aquellas organizaciones humanitarias que lo han criticado les digo, sus críticas las he hecho mías, he combatido por ellas en cada negociación, he peleado con todas mis fuerzas por hacer valer sus puntos de vista. Pero al mismo tiempo afirmo, somos miembros del Parlamento Europeo y no somos activistas en este Parlamento. Hemos sido elegidos para decidir y legislar, no para proferir indefinidamente discursos encendidos pero estériles. Hemos sido elegidos para asumir la responsabilidad de tomar decisiones. Y quiero decir que la alternativa a no votar cada uno de los reglamentos de este pacto, cada una de las leyes europeas, es peor. No es solamente condenar a que las cosas sigan como están, con todas nuestras protestas, con cada pleno diciendo vergüenza, qué vergüenza que la Unión Europea sigue sin hacer nada con respecto al hecho migratorio y al derecho de asilo. No, es todavía reconocer que lo hemos intentado y no lo hemos conseguido. Es algo mucho peor y más desalentador de cara al futuro, porque será decirle a los electores, olvídense, la Unión Europea no es capaz de responder ni siquiera cuando se lo propone y cuando emplea tantos años en el esfuerzo. Por eso digo, no perdamos la oportunidad. Es ahora o nunca. Después de todos estos años de trabajo, merece la pena dar un paso adelante con todas sus limitaciones, pero también poniendo orden, garantías y reglas comunes donde hasta ahora no las ha habido. Vamos a votar favorablemente cada una de las leyes de este pacto europeo. Gracias, Presidenta.
Next is Jorge Buxade.
Gracias, presidente, y gracias sobre todo a los que han atacado a Eurodac. Sus ataques son la principal prueba de que tenemos razón y de que Eurodac va al corazón del problema. La inmigración ilegal es un negocio con el que miles de personas se están enriqueciendo. Por favor, los de este lado, lean los informes de Frontex. El último informe de Frontex dice literalmente: los traficantes de personas en Mauritania han estado abarrotando un número cada vez mayor de inmigrantes en los barcos cayuco, poniendo las vidas de las personas a bordo en un peligro mayor. Son los traficantes los que ponen en peligro la vida de las personas. Y son todos aquellos que desde Europa les llaman para venir. Porque no huyen de persecuciones. En África los únicos perseguidos son los cristianos, asesinados por las milicias yihadistas, pero a estos ustedes no les hacen mucho caso. Miren, la ruta del Mediterráneo central, protegida por Italia, ha caído un 60% la inmigración ilegal. La ruta de los Balcanes, protegida por Hungría, ha caído un 70% la inmigración ilegal. Sin embargo, las otras dos puertas de Europa, el Mediterráneo occidental y la ruta de Canarias, se han incrementado en un 50 y un 540% durante estos 2 meses del 2024. Ayer todos los diputados españoles en el Congreso de los Diputados, salvo los de mi partido, votaron a favor de una amnistía a 500.000 inmigrantes ilegales para una regularización extraordinaria. ¿Por qué no 1 millón? Miles de inmigrantes ilegales procedentes de países islámicos están hoy en las redes sociales. El comisario seguro que lo sabrá, en Facebook, en Twitter, en todas las redes sociales, llamando a la entrada masiva en Europa por la ruta española. Esta es la realidad. Son todas esas entidades, asociaciones y ONGs subvencionadas que llevan semanas bloqueando nuestros correos electrónicos en una campaña insoportable. Pero si viven de la inmigración ilegal, ¿con qué autoridad nos decís lo que tenemos que votar? Nosotros no servimos a lobbies, servimos a los votantes. Eurodac ha sido la primera piedra del camino de estos cimientos y en la próxima legislatura alzaremos los pilares de un hermoso edificio donde impere la ley, la justicia y la seguridad. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Buxade. Malin Björk, 2 minutes.
Thank you, President. I have heard many arguments today, but the one I've heard most is we have to have a deal. We just have to have a deal. But a deal must be judged on its contents. And I repeat why we in the left will vote against this deal. There is no solution to solidarity. There is no shared responsibility to receive asylum seekers. There is no stop to the death in the Mediterranean. Nothing. There will be systematic detention in the borders of Europe. The right to asylum will be dismantled. And there will be more deals with dictators and anti-democratic regimes. Just hear those arguments. So in the left, we stand for fundamental rights. We also stand with all those organizations that are demonstrating now outside this building, but they're also working every day to save lives, to demonstrate what it is with solidarity. Look at them and listen to them, please. And people here like to say that we are anti-European. I would say you are anti-European. We defend a Europe that stands up for fundamental rights. What do you think people want in the future? What do you think the young people of Europe want? They want a Europe that stands for democracy, human rights, solidarity and fundamental rights. They want workers' rights, that's what they want, climate justice. That's the Europe they want to build. And they are not okay with us taking decisions that dismantle that future. And you say we play into the hands of the far right. I would laugh if it wasn't so serious. You are walking in their shoes. You are following in their leash, in their narrative, pinning people against each other, pinning refugees and migrants and refugees against workers, against young people, against families. You must stop. Instead, start to defend people's rights, all people's rights, because that's the future that we have promised to build together for this Europe, a Europe that protects people, that don't deny them rights. It starts anywhere. It starts everywhere. It starts today with refugee rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Björk. Matthias Nemeth, 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President, dear colleagues. Spoštovane in spoštovani, iskrena hvala za to razpravo. To zelo nazorno kaže stanje Evropske unije danes in kaže tudi orisa nevarnosti, ki bi lahko doletele Evropo, vkolikor nam danes ne uspe sprejeti tega paketa. Vsi mi se zavedamo, da celoten pakt rešitev pred nami ni popolna, je pa kompromis, alternative za tak paket ni. Vkolikor bi ga danes zavrnili, bo Evropo pahnilo v veliko negotovost, s tem bi dali vetra predvsem populističnim silam. Sprejetje paketa je zato strateška nujnost za Evropsko unijo in je naša skupna odgovornost. In takoj zatem se bomo morali osredotočiti na implementacijo. Nedvomno bo pri tem prišlo tudi do določenih izzivov in težav in te bomo morali sproti naslavljati. Druge poti enostavno ni, spoštovani. To od nas pričakuje tudi evropske državljani in državljanke. Za konec, zato še enkrat poziv vsem kolegom, podprite paket. Ni idealen, ampak alternative ni. Hvala vam vsem kolegom za podporo in za sodelovanje. Srečno, Evropa.
Thank you, Mr. Nemeth. Sophie in 't Veld, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. As I stated earlier, I will support the package, but I will do so without joy. Now, every one of us in this room has his or her own reasons for voting in favour or against. And I'd like to say to the EPP, no, Greens and Left are not on the same side of the far right if they vote against. I think that's dishonest. And no, friends of the Greens and Left, those voting in favour, like me, are not on the same side of the far right or anti-European. I have concerns and doubt, and I too struggle with the dilemma. But that is why we are in politics, because having an opinion is easy. Voting for something perfect is not very difficult. But to take responsibility for dilemmas and difficult decisions is our job. And the Pact definitely contains problematic elements, risks and weaknesses, and it's dishonest to deny that. But it's equally dishonest to claim that this Pact is the end of the right to asylum or that in itself it will lead to more violence at the borders. The violence today is not the result of the existing law, but of national policies and the absence of enforcement. I can defend the new Reception Conditions Directive without any hesitation, and those standards, which I had the pleasure to negotiate, will apply across the package. And if I had written the pact, it would look very different. But there will not be any fresh proposals on the table or a better negotiation result. It is false to create that impression. And our job does not end here. We have an even bigger task in overseeing implementation and enforcement. And the best guarantee for European values is a solid majority of European Liberal Democrats who stand tall for human rights. So let's make it happen in June. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. in 't Veld. And that brings us to the end of this joint debate, and the vote will be held later on this afternoon. Thank you. This brings us to our next item on the agenda, which is the joint debate concerning the pharmaceutical package, the report by Madame Weiss, Union Code, relating to medicinal products for human use, and the report by Mr. Wölken, Union Procedures for the authorization and supervision of medicinal products for human use and rules governing the European Medicines Agency. We are starting, of course, with a rapporteur, so Madame Pernille-Weiss, the floor is yours.
Dear President, dear colleagues, today we will vote on the Parliament's position on the revision of our general pharmaceutical legislation, a revision which is vital for patients, the industry, ecosystem and our wider society. With today's vote, we take a step towards addressing current and future challenges as well as opportunities of our healthcare ecosystems. Europe is increasingly falling behind other regions in pharmaceutical research and development investments. Novel technologies challenge the existing legislative framework, and the COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated the need for timely and equitable access to medicine, which should have already been obvious to all of us. Our report on the Pharmaceutical Directive proposes mandatory measures to increase access to medicines across Europe, while recognizing that the availability of medicine is not depending on industry decisions alone. It proposes a more efficient regulatory framework while preserving quality, safety and efficacy standards and strengthening the protection of our environment. And it proposes a framework for incentives which, like a magnet, attract products to Europe. This shall ensure that Europeans will always, also in the future, see medicine offered as soon as possible onto our markets and developed to meet our needs, namely those needs which are not met today. In less than a year, members from all different political groups and parts of Europe came together to form this position. In the midst of election season and heated political polarization, no less. I would like to thank all colleagues involved in bringing this file here today, namely my co-rapporteur, MEP Wölken for the pharmaceutical package, together with me, the shadow rapporteurs across all groups, my EPP group colleagues who negotiated the regulation, MEP Sokol, and all our colleagues, and our indispensable advisers who otherwise contributed with good suggestions and debate. Everything brings of making it possible to make good legislation in a professional and empathetic atmosphere. I need not to remind any colleagues of the widespread doubt regarding the Parliament reaching today's vote. The true measure of our success lies, of course, not in this legislative milestone, but in the real impact of our work will eventually have on patients' lives. Also still, and very important, I look at the Council and hope that they will take note not only of our ambition for a swift adoption of the final legislation, but also our commitment in this House to collaborate, inspire and eventually reach a compromise that benefits the entire healthcare ecosystem in all corners of Europe. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madame la Rapporteure. And now we'll give the floor to Timo Wölken, the other rapporteur. So please.
Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin, vielen Dank. Sehr geehrte Kommission, liebe Pernille. Die Europäische Kommission hat das Gesetzgebungspaket zur Überarbeitung der Pharmarichtlinien leider erst sehr spät vorgestellt. Erst vor wenigen Monaten. Und trotzdem haben wir es hier im Parlament geschafft, über viele Fraktionen hinweg die 400 Artikel in der Verordnung und in der Richtlinie zu bearbeiten und, wie ich finde, 2 Berichte und 2 Gesetzgebungen hier heute vorzulegen, die sich sehen lassen können. Wir haben eine Balance geschaffen zwischen den verschiedenen Interessen und insofern möchte ich mich heute erst einmal bedanken bei allen Kolleginnen und Kollegen, bei den Schattenberichterstatterinnen und Schattenberichterstattern, die an diesen beiden Gesetzen mitgearbeitet haben, aber insbesondere auch an unsere Mitarbeiterinnen und Mitarbeiter und auch unsere Advisor in den Fraktionen. Ohne sie alle wäre das nicht möglich gewesen, 400 Artikel in so kurzer Zeit so intensiv und, wie ich finde, so gut zu bearbeiten. Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, eines der Kernziele unseres Mandates war es doch dieses Mal, nach der Corona-Pandemie eine europäische Gesundheitsunion zu schaffen. Und deswegen haben wir die Lehren gezogen aus der Pandemie. Wir haben insbesondere die Zulassungsverfahren für Arzneimittel überarbeitet und schneller gemacht. Und ich finde, das ist verdammt wichtig, dass wir nicht sagen, okay, wir haben ein System, das gut funktioniert, daran braucht nie wieder was geändert werden, sondern dass wir aus der dramatischsten Gesundheitskrise, die wir gemeinsam bisher erlebt haben, die richtigen Lehren ziehen. Gleichzeitig gehört für uns aber auch dazu, gut aufgestellt zu sein im Hinblick auf die vielleicht nächste Gesundheitskrise. Und das dürfte wahrscheinlich eine Epidemie von einer Bakterieninfektion sein, weil wir keine funktionierenden Antibiotika mehr haben. Und deswegen ist es so wichtig, dass wir in der Europäischen Union dafür sorgen, dass auch Antibiotikaforschung hier wieder betrieben wird. Antibiotikaresistenzen führen schon jetzt zu 35.000 Todesfällen jedes Jahr in der Europäischen Union. Und das sind 35.000 Todesfälle zu wenig. Gerade aber bei der Erzeugung von Antibiotika haben wir ein Dilemma. Auf der einen Seite kostet es viel Geld, diese Medikamente zu entwickeln. Auf der anderen Seite sollen sie möglichst selten eingesetzt werden. Und deswegen haben wenige Unternehmen ein Interesse daran, Antibiotika zu entwickeln. Und mit dieser Verordnung machen wir jetzt einen Vorschlag, wie wir dieses Marktversagen tatsächlich beseitigen. Wir schaffen und schlagen vor, dass Hersteller von Arzneimitteln für jeden Entwicklungsschritt eine Zahlung bekommen sollen. Und wir schlagen außerdem vor, dass es ein Subscription Model für die Bezahlung von Antibiotika gibt. Das heißt, es wird nicht mehr der reale Einsatz gefördert, sondern es gibt eine Flat Payment, was dazu führt, dass der Einsatz nicht künstlich angereizt wird und damit weitere Antibiotikaresistenzen verhindert. Ich kann sagen, dass wir mit dieser Verordnung, glaube ich, wirklich auf die Herausforderungen, die vor uns stehen, bedarfsgerecht reagieren. Und ich freue mich sehr, dass das so eine breite Unterstützung tatsächlich erfahren hat. Ich will aber auch noch mal Danke sagen an die Kollegin Pernille Weiss und alle anderen Kolleginnen und Kollegen, die so intensiv an der Richtlinie gearbeitet haben. Denn nur beide Dossiers zusammen sorgen dafür, dass wir eine europäische Gesundheitsunion schaffen, die Bürgerinnen und Bürger schützt, Zugang zu Arzneimitteln sicherstellt und damit am Ende des Tages Leben rettet. Übrigens auch das Leben von Patientinnen und Patienten, die von seltenen Krankheiten betroffen sind. Und in 95% der Fälle, wenn man von einer seltenen Krankheit betroffen ist, gibt es noch immer keine Behandlungsmöglichkeit. Und das ist eine Ungerechtigkeit, die wir mit dieser Gesetzgebung ebenfalls angehen und damit auch weiterhin das Leben von vielen Europäerinnen und Europäern verbessern wollen. Am Ende kann ich sagen, dass wir einen guten Schritt nach vorne gekommen sind, dass ich hoffe, dass wir heute bei der Abstimmung eine breite Zustimmung sehen werden und dass der Rat dann auch bald seine Positionierung fasst, damit wir zu Beginn der neuen Legislaturperiode zügig in den Trilog eintreten können, damit wir den Bürgerinnen und Bürgern das Leben besser machen. Vielen Dank.
Herzlichen Dank. Thank you very much. And I will give the floor to Henna Virkkunen for the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy. Please.
Madam President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, on behalf of the ITRE Committee, I would like to thank all the rapporteurs and shadow rapporteurs for your good cooperation on this very important file. Europe must strengthen our economic and security capabilities across all critical sectors. One of these critical areas is the pharmaceutical industry. It's one of our most important industrial sectors. It employs directly more than 840,000 people in Europe and invests over 40 billion euros annually in research and development. These figures are significant, but the pace of growth and investments in comparison to regions such as Asia and the United States are significantly higher. It means that incentives for pharmaceutical development, research and new innovations in Europe must be increased. Otherwise, there is a risk of new investments increasingly flowing to other parts of the world. It's important to ensure the availability of critical medicines in all situations in Europe, and therefore ITRE Committee sees that in this legislation it is particularly important to focus on our competitiveness, security of supply and the promotion of research, development and new innovations on this sector.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to ask, on behalf of the Commission, Vice President Margaritis Schinas to speak to us. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, honourable members. Today we're here to discuss an important reform, the reform of our European pharmaceutical legislation. This is the most important reform in almost 2 decades. And this is a long overdue reform because in the last 20 years many things have changed, the world has changed, so we need to adjust. From the very start, our objective for this package was clear: to ensure timely and equal access to medicines for all Europeans, regardless of where they live in the Union, whilst at the same time fostering innovation and competitiveness for our industry. Contrary to certain arguments that these objectives are antagonistic or do not combine, I want to take this opportunity today to say that we think that they are both compatible and perfectly feasible. We can respond with this reform both to the needs of the patient and the expectations of the market. Indeed, our pharmaceutical sector, our pharmaceutical industry, is a European champion. The EU is the second largest market in the world for pharmaceuticals, and pharma represents the biggest single contributor to our trade surplus. So having a robust regulatory environment matters. It matters a lot. Coming now to patients, we also have inequality and difficulties there. Patients in bigger and wealthier member states get their medicines first and faster, whilst at the same time, waiting time for patients to have access to new medicines varies from few months to up to 2 years across the EU. This has to change. And this is precisely, these objectives are what are driving our reform. These two arguments are the two sides of the same coin. And we are reforming legislation having in mind three main priorities. First, wider access to medicines through incentives to reward innovation and supply. Number two, cheaper medicines through earlier availability of generics and biosimilars. And number three, faster rules, faster procedures, simplification, so that the EU and its industry will remain globally competitive. This is not a theory. This is something that will bring concrete, tangible change on the ground. New medicines will reach 70 million more patients in the EU, especially in areas where treatments are lacking, like rare diseases and pediatric cancers. And for the industry, this would entail savings between 500 million to 1 billion euros over the next 15 years. This is a win-win situation. Honourable members, I would like to commend this House, the rapporteurs, the shadows, all those involved, because you gave this file all the priority it deserves, and you delivered so quickly. The main elements of what we proposed have been retained. In particular, the setup of an incentive system that is modulated and geared towards results. Other elements of our proposals have been further developed, like the notions of regulatory sandboxes or incentives for priority antimicrobials. And new ideas have been introduced on joint procurement, on HERA, for example. Some of these proposals raise questions about effectiveness, feasibility, red tape, sustainability of health systems. Still, all your thoughts and ideas form a basis for sound interinstitutional discussions. In the Council, Member States have not yet developed a mandate, so the Commission will reserve our position, but we are sure that we can look forward to the next steps and hold honest negotiations based on facts. By the end of this month, we will launch a coalition to address a lateral but yet connected and burning issue, the one on how to avoid shortages of most pressing medicines. This will take the form of a critical medicines alliance, under which we will mobilize all stakeholders for the benefit of society. In concluding, let me reiterate that we are now facing a great opportunity to create a single market for medicines, one that is fair, future-proofed and globally competitive. Let's seize this moment. Let's take this opportunity. This is what Europe knows best: smart, proportionate and effective regulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President of the Commission. We come to the Speaker of the political group, starting with Tomislav Sokol for the EPP Group.
Poštovana potpredsjednice, potpredsjedniče Europske komisije, kolegice i kolege. Prije nekoliko desetljeća Europa je imala vodeći položaj u istraživanju i inovacijama u zdravstvu. No danas, unatoč nekim iznimkama, velika većina inovacija i inovativnih tvrtki nalazi se negdje drugdje. Moramo preokrenuti ovaj trend i vratiti inovacije u Europu, te stvoriti okruženje koje privlači, a ne stvara prepreke za proizvođače novih lijekova. Pristup pacijenata lijekovima u EU i sigurnost opskrbe također su sve veći razlozi za zabrinutost. Zbog svega navedenog potrebna je dubinska reforma trenutnog zakonodavstva koje se posljednji put ozbiljnije mijenjalo prije 20 godina. Glavni cilj reforme je osigurati da svi pacijenti u EU imaju jednaki, brži pristup učinkovitim lijekovima bez obzira na to gdje žive. Zato smo skratili vrijeme potrebno za izdavanje odobrenja za lijekove od strane Europske agencije za lijekove. Također, omogućujemo da se lijekovi pacijentima mogu isporučiti u svakom trenutku, bez obzira na to gdje žive u Uniji. Novi lijek sada će se morati staviti na tržište svih država članica koje to zatraže. Svakako treba spomenuti borbu protiv antimikrobne otpornosti, budući da farmaceutske tvrtke dodatno potičemo na razvoj novih antibiotika, kombinacijom različitih mjera koje uključuju vaučere, ali i javne subvencije. U uredbi na kojoj se radi o posljednjih mjeseci također smo donijeli i odredbe za olakšavanje istraživanja, razvoja i odobravanja lijekova za rijetke bolesti, područje u kojem su istraživanja najpotrebnija, a ulaganja najrizičnija. To je posebno važno za 95% pacijenata s rijetkom bolesti za koje danas ne postoji lijek, što apsolutno trebamo promijeniti. Isto tako, istaknuo bih da proširimo područje primjene takozvanog izuzeća bolar, kojim će se omogućiti da generički lijekovi dolaze na europsko tržište znatno ranije nego do sada, što je za naše građane izuzetno važno. Mjerama za poticanje ranog ulaska na tržište generičkih lijekova jačamo tržišno natjecanje, pacijentima omogućujemo lakši pristup, a zdravstvenim sustavima smanjujemo troškove. Dame i gospodo, ovom reformom jačamo europsku industriju, olakšavamo pristup inovativnim lijekovima, ali i generičkim lijekovima, te omogućavamo da svi pacijenti imaju jednaki status i da nitko nije građanin drugog reda. Iz tih razloga molim vas da podržite ovu reformu. Hvala lijepa.
Thank you very much. And now for the S&D group of this House, Nicolás González Casares, please.
Gracias, presidenta. Comisario, hoy votamos la reforma de la política farmacéutica de la Unión Europea con profundas marcas socialistas. Solo nos ha guiado el interés general, mejorar los problemas que tenemos en Europa de accesibilidad a fármacos, de innovación o industriales. El texto final favorece la innovación y el acceso, incentiva la inversión en enfermedades como las enfermedades raras, el desarrollo de nuevos antimicrobianos y, desde luego, lleva a mejorar y proteger la investigación clínica que nuestros médicos y nuestros investigadores hacen en los hospitales, como la exención hospitalaria tan singular en mi país, en terapias avanzadas, y exige transparencia, también respeto a los fondos públicos que reciben las compañías farmacéuticas. En un debate marcado por una fuerte presión externa, quiero hacer una reflexión. Se ha repetido un mensaje incorrecto. No existe la necesidad de elegir entre mejorar la innovación farmacéutica en Europa o hacer que los medicamentos sean más accesibles y asequibles. Esta dicotomía no existe si aplicamos las políticas adecuadas. El presupuesto sanitario es limitado. Por eso nos oponemos con firmeza a que el dinero de nuestros pacientes financie innovación fuera de Europa. Los socialistas vamos a seguir poniendo soluciones para respaldar la investigación e innovación farmacéutica puntera en Europa. Y al mismo tiempo seguiremos luchando contra las desigualdades inaceptables. El código postal no debe determinar qué fármacos o qué tratamientos reciben las personas o incluso los que no reciben. Creo que este acuerdo es un buen principio, lo que vamos a votar hoy. Pero tengamos claro, este no es el fin. Debemos seguir siendo ambiciosos. Tenemos que proteger el interés general de la salud sobre el de los operadores económicos. Que quede claro que ese seguirá siendo el objetivo del Grupo Socialista en este debate. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now for the Renew group, Catherine Amaric, please.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Vice-président, cher Margaritis Schinas, l'enjeu de la législation pharmaceutique est de refaire de l'Europe une puissance stratégique de développement et de production des médicaments, une puissance protectrice. Cette Europe du médicament, nous la construisons équitable, avec la coopération volontaire entre les États membres, notamment sur le prix des médicaments, l'extension des achats conjoints pour nombre de traitements, y compris contre les maladies rares, et aussi l'impossibilité d'interdire ou restreindre l'accès aux médicaments contraceptifs et abortifs en Europe. Nous la construisons sécurisée, avec des évaluations exigeantes, avec l'engagement de toutes les parties prenantes dans la lutte contre les pénuries, avec les exemptions hospitalières pour la préparation des thérapies innovantes au plus près des patients. Nous la construisons innovante, ensemble. Grands centres de recherche, start-up, biocluster, R&D, unités de production, innovation de rupture, numérique, IA. Nous la construisons incitative et simplifiée, avec une stabilité juridique pour les investisseurs en Europe et une flexibilité réglementaire pour s'adapter aux 20 ans à venir. Nous la construisons durable, avec une meilleure gestion des risques environnementaux et des équilibres biologiques, avec aussi la transition vers un conditionnement pour dispenser la juste quantité prescrite. Notre travail sur ce paquet législatif fait avancer l'union de la santé qui attendent les Européennes et les Européens. Une ambition que nous portons. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. And now for the group of the Greens, Tilly Metz.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Commissaire, la révision de la législation pharmaceutique n'a pas été facile, mais je suis convaincue que nous avons réussi à trouver un bon compromis dans l'intérêt des patients et des systèmes de santé. En parvenant à ce compromis, nous avons réussi à améliorer l'accessibilité des médicaments, à assurer la transparence des investissements publics dans la recherche et le développement pharmaceutique. Nous avons aussi réussi à lutter contre les pénuries de médicaments, à limiter l'impact négatif sur l'environnement de la production des médicaments et à envoyer aussi un signal important pour que HERA devienne finalement une agence indépendante de l'Union européenne. Pour accélérer notre lutte contre la résistance aux antimicrobiens, nous avons aussi réussi à renforcer l'approche One Health, tout en maintenant l'attractivité pour le développement et l'innovation en Europe. J'encourage donc tout le monde à soutenir la position du Parlement européen. Ensemble, nous pouvons construire une politique pharmaceutique basée sur des idéaux d'équité, de transparence, de durabilité et centrée sur le patient. Merci.
Thank you. Our next speaker is from the ID group, Anders Prindel Vistisen.
EU's idioti slår til igen. Endnu en gang formår vi her i Europa at lave lovgivning, der er så bureaukratisk, så besværlig. Der er jo en grund til, at Tesla ikke ligger i Europa. Der er en grund til, at Facebook ikke ligger i Europa. Der er en grund til, at der ikke er nogen store IA- eller chipproducenter, der ligger i Europa. Og grunden er ja. Grunden er for meget bureaukrati og for meget dårlig regulering. Særligt når vi ser på farmasektoren, på medicinsektoren, så er der jo grund til at forsvare det, vi har i Europa. Men en af Europas største virksomheder, danske Novo Nordisk, har nu meddelt, at man vil flytte en stor del af sin fremtidige udvikling fra Danmark til USA, netop begrundet i dårlig europæisk lovgivning, dårlig europæisk patentbeskyttelse og for meget besvær med at få sine investeringer hjem efter en lang udviklingsperiode. Kan vi være det bekendt? Nej. Kommer det til at koste velstand? Ja, men det er desværre konsekvensen, når man overlader ansvaret til kommissionen og til Europaparlamentet.
Our next speaker from the left group is Katerina Konečná.
Děkuji, paní předsedající, vážený pane komisaři, kolegyně a kolegové. Nejvíc problematická část je období patentové ochrany, kde jsme šli až na 7,5 roku, v kombinaci s bonusy dokonce až na 8,5. Není proto žádný racionální důvod. K čemu je nám předražený patentově chráněný lék, který si nikdo nebude moci dovolit? Naopak jsem velmi ráda, že se do textu dostal můj pozměňující návrh zavádějící možnost pro členské státy požádat komisi o hromadný nákup určitého léku. Jen pokud totiž spojíme síly a budeme nakupovat společně, srazíme cenu, nakoupíme těchto léků více a poskytneme je více pacientům. Ovšem nedělejme to stylem, jak nám to ukázala šéfka komise. Od toho musíme dát všichni ruce pryč a poučit se. K věcem, které považuji za velkou chybu, patří přenosné vouchery, které vytváří prostor pro finanční spekulace a především možnost pro členské státy zavést výhradně elektronický příbalový leták k lékům. Myslím, že tato možnost velmi poškodí starší generaci a je i potenciálně zdravotně nebezpečná. Přeji budoucím poslancům, ať návrh ještě vylepší, je co vylepšovat a zachovají vše dobré, co jsme do něj dostali.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Francesca Donato.
Grazie Presidente. La normativa oggi al voto mira a sostenere la competitività del settore farmaceutico europeo nei confronti dei concorrenti esterni. Da tempo le grandi aziende farmaceutiche chiedono una semplificazione ed accelerazione delle procedure di approvazione dei nuovi farmaci da parte dell'EMA e con questa normativa vengono accontentate. Ma la preoccupazione principale del legislatore in tema di sanità dovrebbe essere sempre e soprattutto la protezione della salute degli individui, possibile solo tramite l'uso di farmaci adeguatamente sperimentati e controllati prima della loro autorizzazione. Purtroppo la fretta nel rilasciare una licenza spesso porta ad accettare rischi e pericoli per la salute umana che vengono pagati dai consumatori dei prodotti autorizzati in via di emergenza, come abbiamo visto in questi anni. Non possiamo permettere che il pungolo della concorrenza o lo spauracchio dell'emergenza ci spingano a giocare alla roulette con la salute e la vita dei cittadini europei. Apprezzo molto gli emendamenti della Commissione Envi e l'attenzione del relatore verso una maggiore trasparenza, ma per me la proposta rimane nel complesso non accettabile. Grazie.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Liese.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, wenn wir diesen Text gleich annehmen, diese beiden Texte, dann machen wir einen sehr wichtigen Schritt, um Patientinnen und Patienten zu helfen, denen wir bisher nicht helfen können. Deswegen herzlichen Dank an alle, die zu diesem Ergebnis beigetragen haben, insbesondere an die Mitarbeiter. An einer Stelle glaube ich, dass der Ausschuss einen Fehler gemacht hat. Ich glaube, wir sollen im Europäischen Parlament uns an geltendes Recht halten. Und es ist durch den Europäischen Gerichtshof und durch ein Protokoll zum Vertrag festgelegt, dass die Frage der Abtreibung eine nationale Kompetenz ist und dass das nicht europäisch geregelt werden kann. Deswegen empfehle ich, gegen den Änderungsantrag 85 zu stimmen. Aber ansonsten haben wir wirklich einen guten Text. Für mich ist ganz besonders wichtig, die Antibiotikaresistenzen zu bekämpfen. Wir brauchen einen sorgfältigeren Umgang mit Antibiotika, aber wir brauchen auch Innovationen. Und ich bin dankbar, dass nach anfänglichem Widerstand am Ende eine breite Mehrheit sich auch für das Voucher, für das Gutscheinsystem ausgesprochen hat. Und wenn ich über Innovation rede, dann bin ich sehr dankbar, dass wir auch Innovationen in die Gesetzgebung aufgenommen haben. Bisher bekam jeder, egal was er für ein Medikament herstellt, 8 Jahre Marktexklusivität, 8 Jahre Schutz. Jetzt senken wir das ab auf 7,5 Jahre. Und ich glaube, wir brauchen nicht den 27. Blutdrucksenker oder den 38. Blutfettsenker. Wir brauchen wirkliche Innovationen. Und die Unternehmen, die Dinge angehen, die bisher nicht angegangen worden sind, die Patienten helfen, denen wir bisher nicht helfen können, die bekommen mehr Unterlagenschutz. Durch mehr Innovation helfen wir diesen Patienten. Und das ist der wichtigste Punkt. Vielen, vielen Dank.
Herzlichen Dank. And now we'll give the floor to Helene Fritzon.
Tack fru talman, kommissionen. De senaste decennierna har stora delar av välfärdssamhället privatiserats och avreglerats och det har lett till sämre välfärd och ökade klyftor. Det blev extra tydligt under pandemin. Bristen på mediciner och importstopp visade att läkemedelsmarknaden inte fungerade när vi så väl behövde den, inte minst för våra äldre och svårt sjuka. Samhället måste fungera i vardagen men också i kris och i värsta fall i krig. Och därför vill jag att vi gör upp med detta läkemedelsmisslyckande. Med denna nya läkemedelslag i EU ska alla ha tillgång till läkemedel oavsett var man bor. Beredskap och lagerhållning ska öka så att vi aldrig får brist på viktiga mediciner. Och vi ska återupprätta värdigheten och tryggheten för alla. En ny riktning för mitt Sverige och för Europa är möjlig när vi återtar den demokratiska kontrollen. Detta är Socialdemokraternas riktning för både mitt Sverige och för mitt Europa. Tack.
Thank you very much. And now we'll give the floor to Frédéric Ries.
Merci Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Commissaire. Et donc, 8 mois maintenant de négociations, une centaine de réunions, des procédures au pas de charge pour revisiter cette importante législation pharmaceutique. C'est un véritable marathon législatif qu'il faut tenter de résumer en 1 minute ici. À l'impossible, nul n'est tenu. Donc, et nos rapporteurs ont dit l'essentiel déjà. Il s'agit en gros d'affronter la menace silencieuse de la résistance antimicrobienne et les pénuries endémiques de médicaments, de revitaliser un écosystème tourné vers l'innovation, vers la durabilité, et puis faire jouer cette solidarité européenne, la plus-value de notre Union. Ce qui me permet de conclure cette législature comme je l'ai commencé avec Madame Kyriakides sur les maladies rares. 70 000 patients en Belgique, 300 millions d'Européens qui vivent avec une de ces maladies délaissées et réclament un plan d'action européen. Je m'en fais le relais auprès de Madame la Commissaire depuis le début de ce mandat, sans succès. Ma question est simple. Soutiendra-t-elle l'instauration de ce plan que nous inscrivons dans le règlement qui sera voté ce soir? Est-ce que ce plan d'action européen pour les maladies rares fera partie de son héritage? Je conclus avec juste une remarque à M. Cazares, qui n'est plus là malheureusement. Il n'a pas arrêté de parler de législation socialiste. Je sais que c'est la campagne, mais cette législation, elle est orientée, elle est centrée, elle se doit viser les patients, et uniquement les patients. Il ne s'agit pas ici d'y apposer une couleur.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dolores Montserrat.
Muchísimas gracias, presidenta, vicepresidente. Europa funciona, Europa protege, Europa cuida. Los europeos deben saber que en este Parlamento y en esta legislatura hemos tomado decisiones importantísimas para su salud. Hemos impulsado la Europa de la salud, hemos aprobado una estrategia farmacéutica y hoy el paquete farmacéutico. ¿Para qué? Pues para mejorar el acceso de los pacientes a los mejores medicamentos y a terapias avanzadas. Para cubrir también las necesidades médicas no satisfechas, como puede ser el cáncer pediátrico, las enfermedades raras o las neurodegenerativas. También para fomentar la industria Made in Europe y mejorar sobre todo nuestros sistemas nacionales de salud tan golpeados durante la pandemia. Tenemos a los mejores profesionales sanitarios, a los mejores investigadores y también una industria pionera y competitiva. Proteger la salud de los europeos no es una opción, es una obligación. Por ello pido a todos los grupos políticos que en la próxima legislatura que no frenen la Europa de la salud. Hemos conseguido grandes logros y avances y así debemos seguir haciéndolo. La salud lo es todo y sin ello no hay nada. Por tanto, protejámosla siempre. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Susana Solís Pérez.
Gracias, presidente, comisario. Tras una negociación muy difícil, hemos logrado consensuar una reforma de la legislación farmacéutica equilibrada y ambiciosa. Y los protagonistas de hoy son los pacientes. Los pacientes que tendrán mejor acceso y disponibilidad de medicamentos independientemente del lugar donde residan. Los protagonistas son las personas que conviven hoy con una enfermedad rara o los niños, porque incentivamos la innovación en áreas sin tratamientos disponibles o efectivos. Y además introducimos un plan europeo para las enfermedades raras. Y los protagonistas son los pacientes con cáncer, que podrán tener acceso a las terapias avanzadas y tratamientos esperanzadores con la mejora de la exención hospitalaria. Y para todo esto necesitamos que Europa sea un mercado atractivo, competitivo y favorable a la innovación. Necesitamos recuperar nuestro liderazgo. Por eso hemos mejorado la propuesta de la Comisión, que nos parecía claramente insuficiente, y contamos ahora con un régimen de incentivos más atractivo para estimular el desarrollo de nuevos medicamentos o de nuevos antimicrobianos. Una Europa líder en salud no puede permitirse desincentivar la innovación, y hoy damos un gran paso en la construcción de la Unión Europea de la Salud. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We come right now to our catch the eye procedure, and starting with Henk Jan Ormel.
Thank you, Chair. In this new pharmaceutical legislation, steps forward are being taken to reduce AMR, antimicrobial resistance. AMR is a suicide killer that can cause the next pandemic. Resistant pathogens threaten us not only directly but also indirectly. Ordinary surgery, like knee or heart operations, will no longer be possible if there are no antibiotics to cure simple infections that can occur after surgery. Therefore, it is a step forward to support research and development of new antibiotics. However, AMR is a One Health topic. Not only are the R&D of human medicines, but also of veterinary medicines in need of support. AMR is also not only a European threat. Cooperation at global level is key. I strongly recommend the new legislature to take an active role in strengthening global coordination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I will give the floor to Laura Pallarin Ceresa.
Thank you so much. En Europa nos faltan medicamentos. Tenemos una fuerte dependencia farmacéutica porque muchos laboratorios se han trasladado a China o a India. Por esto, la revisión de este paquete farmacéutico después de 20 años, en la que he trabajado y hoy aprobamos, es tan necesaria y relevante. Destaco 3 elementos del Grupo Socialista. En primer lugar, acabar con el acceso a medicamentos desigual entre los Estados miembros. No puede ser que aquellos países más pequeños o menos ricos no accedan a los mismos medicamentos que los otros. En segundo lugar, crear incentivos para impulsar la investigación de nuevos antibióticos que luchen contra la resistencia antimicrobiana y también para fármacos para enfermedades raras. Y, en tercer lugar, proteger e incentivar las terapias avanzadas desarrolladas en hospitales públicos como la Vall d'Hebron o el Hospital Clínic de Barcelona. Después de la pandemia de la COVID, somos más conscientes que nunca de la necesidad de apoyar la sanidad pública y avanzar en la Europa de la salud. Por eso es importante no sobrecargar los presupuestos públicos con costes derivados de los excesivos de las patentes de los medicamentos y así favorecer también la industria, la innovación, siempre poniendo el foco en el paciente. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ana Miranda.
Gracias, presidenta. Saludo a las representantes de la Asociación Galega Sarga, que están aquí presentes en el Parlamento, y quiero decir que esta asociación nace como una asociación de Galicia, de mi país, y que ahora aglutina a pacientes de todo el Estado español y que lleva denunciando la falta de acceso a medicamentos en todo el Estado aprobadas a nivel europeo por la Agencia Europea del Medicamento porque no estaban financiados precisamente por los altos precios. Es que el acceso a los medicamentos debe hacerse en igualdad de condiciones en todos los Estados miembros, porque no se puede permitir que haya pacientes de primera y pacientes de segunda. La vida de los pacientes no puede depender de las decisiones del mercado de las empresas farmacéuticas. Además de la equidad y de la accesibilidad, es necesario apoyar la innovación de nuevos medicamentos para enfermedades raras y cánceres. En Galicia, por ejemplo, tenemos más de 20.000 detecciones de cáncer por año. Sempre sanidade pública.
Thank you. And now we'll give the floor to Francesca Pepucci.
L'obiettivo della riforma farmaceutica che stiamo discutendo ha un fine indiscutibilmente nobile, quello di armonizzare l'accesso ai medicinali in tutti i paesi dell'Unione Europea. È evidente come purtroppo ci sia un'evidente frammentazione per il reperimento di medicinali, in alcuni casi tra uno Stato e l'altro si attende oltre il doppio del tempo. Stiamo parlando di chi ha una patologia cronica, degenerativa, oncologica, o anche di chi è affetto da malattia rara e pertanto questo tema richiede la massima attenzione. Non possiamo che esprimerci favorevolmente sulle azioni messe in campo che appunto vanno a agevolare la cura delle persone. Allo stesso tempo però non dobbiamo mai dimenticare che le imprese con la ricerca su patologie soprattutto rare offrono un servizio di pubblica utilità che i governi nazionali non sarebbero in grado di sostenere. Pertanto a fianco di questa riforma deve camminare una concreta azione per garantire autonomia dell'Unione Europea in campo farmaceutico rispetto alla concorrenza di altre potenze mondiali nell'attrarre investimenti di ricerca e sviluppo. Grazie.
Thank you very much. And now we'll give the floor to Sara Cerdas.
Obrigada, Presidente. Farmácias com prateleiras vazias, cidadãos sem acesso à medicação essencial para o seu tratamento, para a sua sobrevivência. Esta é uma realidade que nós não aceitamos nesta União Europeia. É por isso que vamos aprovar a legislação farmacêutica, que realça o melhor que temos no projeto europeu. A solidariedade europeia e a união em momentos de adversidade. Com este pacote, o Mecanismo Europeu de Proteção Civil poderá ser acionado para distribuir medicamentos essenciais em Estados-membros onde haja uma ruptura de estoque. O setor farmacêutico terá também agora a obrigação de reportar rupturas e as autoridades de as monitorizar em tempo real. Este pacote farmacêutico que vamos aprovar amanhã será o grande garante da acessibilidade aos medicamentos e a prova viva da importância que o projeto europeu tem nas nossas vidas.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Sean Kelly.
I'm Reverend Prakash Shaw. I'm coming from Ireland South. An awful lot of our jobs are farmer jobs and they invest hugely in the economy. And for that reason I was delighted that the original proposal by the Commission to reduce market protection from 8 to 6 years was not accepted because it would have driven a lot of the research out of Europe. For every research project that's successful, there are 9, 10, maybe a lot more that aren't successful, so they need that protection. That's good. Also, I welcome the streamlining of the approval process at EMA level, because this then should make medicines available to those who need them right across the European Union in a much quicker and more efficient manner, and also in a cheaper situation. So this is a very good package. I think it will work well both for the industry and above all for patients right across the European Union, and I think a good job was done. Thank
you very much. And now I give the floor to Jotas Olekas.
Ačiū pirmininkė, komisijos narė, gerbiami kolegos. Iš tikrųjų, mūsų tikslas sveiki europiečiai. Bet Covidas parodė, kad po vieną kiekvienoje šalyje mes negalime pasiekti norimo rezultato. Todėl geriausias instrumentas būtų Europos sveikatos sąjunga. Ir šis dokumentų paketas yra vienas žingsnis link to, kad mūsų Europos piliečiai galėtų būti aprūpinami pakankamai, teisingai, efektyviais vaistais už prieinamą kainą ir bet kurioje Europos teritorijoje. Iš tikrųjų, mūsų tikslas sumažinti nereikalingą antibiotikų naudojimą, sumažinti atsparumą nuo antibiotikų kai kurių mikroorganizmų, bet suteikti galimybę naudoti prieinamus ir efektyvius vaistus. Tam reikalinga sustiprinti Europos farmacijos pramonę, investuoti į naujas inovatyvias technologijas ir sudaryti teisingesnės, paprastesnės procedūros gauti vaistus, ypatingai sergant retom ligom ir vėžiniais susirgimais. Tam pasinaudoti galime ir bendrais vaistų pirkimais. Ačiū.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to Stelios Kimpouropoulos.
Αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι, σήμερα βρισκόμαστε σε ένα
κομβικό σημείο για την αναθεώρηση της φαρμακευτικής μας νομοθεσίας. Μία στα 20 χρόνια ευκαιρία για να καταστεί η Ευρώπη μας πρωτοπόρος στη φαρμακευτική καινοτομία, αλλά και για να ανταπεξέλθουμε στις ανάγκες των πολιτών μας. Θέλω να συγχαρώ τους συναδέλφους μου, Βάις, Βόλκεν, Σόκολ, για τη συμφωνία που κατέληξαν σε μια δύσκολη χρονική περίοδο. Ενώ η πρόταση της Επιτροπής δεν εξασφάλιζε την απαραίτητη προβλεψιμότητα για την έρευνα και τις επενδύσεις, η πρόταση που ψηφίζουμε σήμερα στην Ευρωβουλή κατάφερε να βρει τη χρυσή τομή που στηρίζει την καινοτομία και την ανταγωνιστικότητα, αλλά ταυτόχρονα προωθεί την άμεση και αδιάκοπτη πρόσβαση των ασθενών σε φάρμακα. Χρειαζόμαστε μια ισχυρή και στρατηγικά αυτόνομη Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, με ενισχυμένη και αξιόπιστη ευρωπαϊκή αλυσίδα ιατρικού εφοδιασμού. Η θετική μας ψήφος σήμερα θα αποτελέσει τον ακρογωνιαίο λίθο για την ανθεκτικότητα των συστημάτων υγείας μας.
Thank you very much. And with this speech, we come to the statement, the final statement of Vice President Shinas on behalf of the Commission. Please.
Thank you, Madam President. Honourable members, this debate showed that there is a high level of convergence and common ground on what we want to achieve with this reform of the pharmaceutical sector. I wish once again to congratulate the European Parliament, the rapporteurs, for the quick progress made so far. I also heard your voices and arguments on a number of key issues where your position differs from the proposal we made. And beyond these differences, I'm sure that we can join forces and work together to achieve more for patients in the EU. To ensure that something that is an integral part of the European way of life, that wherever they live, patients must have the same opportunities to reach medicines. We will do this. At the same time, we can make the system more attractive to the pharma sector by shaping rules that are competitive, innovation-friendly, so that Europe stays on the cutting edge and keeps this sector as the European champion it currently is. And we will do this too. And to do this, we don't need warnings or messages in the metro stations to tell us. We know. We will do it. The reform of EU pharmaceutical rules is the opportunity to reach these objectives, which I repeat are not in opposition, are not antithetical. We can design a system that is more sustainable and stands for the next 20 years. I want to assure this House that we will support the co-legislators in this process. This is a reform which goes at the core of what we now call the European Health Union, which is one of the biggest success stories of the current European political cycle. A success story, if I may add, which has not been sufficiently told to Europeans. We still have 2 months to say so. This is a success that is not exclusive to the Commission. It belongs to all EU institutions working together, delivering for Europe, for citizens, patients and the industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shinas. And now the floor goes to Rapporteur Pernille Weiss.
Thank you all so much for the debate. Thank you, Commissioner Skinas, for your closing remarks. Very appreciated. And also thank you for saying that the Parliament took the proposal from the Commission. We preserved what was strong and good in it, but we also developed and made more value into the Commission's proposal. Thank you for acknowledging that. That's very much appreciated. I said a couple of times in my first intervention, I used the word ecosystem in my speech. And I use that very, very precisely, and I also invite more colleagues, more commentators, more stakeholders to acknowledge that healthcare in Europe really is a very complex ecosystem. And we can expect, and we must expect, a lot from the pharma package. But it is not the only legislative package that can make healthcare in Europe develop in a more innovative and a more citizens and patient and family friendly way. And I really appreciate the colleagues who mentioned that in your interventions. My dear colleague Vistisen from Denmark, the Spitzenkandidat from ID, has left the room, but before he did, and in his intervention, he actually took the work we have made, and where his group has also been a part of that, and tossed it into the bin. Also saying that if it was stood to his opinion, this House should not touch the pharmaceutical legislation because we don't know what we are dealing with. That stands in the contrast to the comments we have already received from commentators and stakeholders that what we are now about to vote is something that is much more coherent, much more pragmatic and much more livable for the future of this file going now towards trilogue. I thank you again, all colleagues who contributed. I'm not running again, so this file will not be a part of my future, but I will watch what you do with this file going forward. It has been a pleasure. Maybe this will be the last speak that I will ever hold in this House, so thank you so much, all colleagues. Take good care of European legislation. Take good care of exactly this pharma package, and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and all the best to you. And finally, the floor goes to Timo Wölken.
Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen! Vielen Dank für diese intensive Debatte. Vielen Dank für intensive 3 Monate der Verhandlungen, die wir, wie ich glaube, wirklich produktiv genutzt haben. Wir haben Anreize geschaffen für die Produktion und Entwicklung von neuer Antibiotika. Es ist nochmal unterstrichen worden, wir alle teilen das Ziel, dass wir in der Europäischen Union mehr Antibiotikaherstellung wollen, damit wir eben vermeidbare Todesfälle endlich vermeiden. Wir haben vor allen Dingen aber auch Maßnahmen ergriffen, um Arzneimittelknappheit zu adressieren. Viele Bürgerinnen und Bürger treibt es wenn der Fiebersaft für die Kinder oder das Blutdrucksenkungsmittel nicht mehr zu erhalten ist. Und deswegen ist es wichtig, dass wir auf europäischer Ebene Maßnahmen ergreifen, um dieser Arzneimittelknappheit effektiv zu begegnen. Ja, wir haben auch die Zulassungsverfahren deutlich beschleunigt. Und ich finde es gut, dass wir die positiven Erfahrungen, die wir zum Beispiel mit dem Rolling Review bei der EMA gemacht haben, dass wir die übernommen haben. Ganz besonders freue ich mich darüber, dass wir die seltenen Krankheiten nicht vergessen haben, sondern Anreize schaffen, um Behandlungsmethoden für Menschen, die unter seltenen Krankheiten leiden, entwickeln, damit auch diese Menschen, und es sind leider sehr viele, tatsächlich eine Behandlung bekommen. In der Richtlinie ist es uns gelungen, die Umweltkriterien viel stärker zu machen. Es ist uns gelungen, dafür zu sorgen, dass Generika schneller in den Markt kommen. Ich glaube, was wir tatsächlich festhalten können, ist, dass diese Richtlinie aufgrund des Vorschlags der Kommission und diese Verordnung noch einmal deutlich verbessert wurden. Und dass wir es hinbekommen, dass jede Europäerin, jeder Europäer, egal in welchem Land er lebt, egal was er verdient, Zugang zu Arzneimitteln in der Europäischen Union bekommt. Und damit sind wir tatsächlich einen Schritt weiter bei der Verwirklichung der Europäischen Gesundheitsunion. Und das freut mich besonders. Einen letzten Punkt, den ich vielleicht noch eben machen möchte, der auch die Richtlinie betrifft. Es ist so, dass wir immer wieder auch homöopathische Arzneimittel angeboten bekommen, obwohl wir wissen, dass diese homöopathischen Arzneimittel über den Placebo-Effekt heraus keinen Effekt haben. Dass das in Teilen von öffentlichen Krankenkassen bezahlt wird, ist leider ein Problem. Und ich freue mich, dass wir immerhin einen neuen Namen gefunden haben, dass das jetzt nicht mehr homöopathische Arzneimittel sind, sondern homöopathische Mittel. Damit machen wir klar, dass die Wirkung dieser Mittel über den Placebo-Effekt heraus nicht funktioniert. Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, Vielen Dank für die Zusammenarbeit. Ich hoffe, dass die Abstimmung heute gut laufen wird und dass wir dann ganz im Sinne von Pernille, und ich möchte mich bei dir heute noch mal ausdrücklich für die Zusammenarbeit bedanken. Es war schön, dass du heute sozusagen bis zum Ende durchgehalten hast und gearbeitet hast. Ich wünsche dir alles Gute und hoffe, dass wir in diesem Sinne zusammen diese Gesetzgebung noch beenden werden. Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, vielen Dank und frohe Abstimmung nachher.
Dankeschön. Thank you very much. And with these words, the joint debate is closed. The vote will be held today, so very, very soon. So we come to the next item on the agenda, which is the Commission statement, Russia's undemocratic presidential elections and their illegitimate extension to the occupied territories. And I should like to inform members that there will be only one round of political group speakers, therefore, and there is no catch-the-eye procedure, no blue cards. So please be aware of that. I invite High Representative, Vice President of the Commission, Josep Borrell, to give us his words. So please.
President, honourable members of the European Parliament, as you know very well, the Russian presidential elections held on the 15-17 March met not democratic standards and were illegally held in the occupied territories of Ukraine, temporarily occupied. These elections were based on repressive laws, persecution of political opposition leaders, civil society representatives and journalists, including those opposing Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. These elections were marked with arbitrary detention, the terror caused by the poisoning and death of key figures like Alexei Navalny. They took place under a flood of disinformation, lack of access to independent media, and a strong propaganda supported by massive public funds for many years. So to call that elections is an irony. For the first time, Russian authorities decided not to invite observers from the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. This is not only contrary to Russia's own international commitment, but has denied Russia's voters and institutions the transparency and independent assessment of these elections. In an autocracy like Russia, where freedom of information and checks and balances just don't exist, official electoral figures need to be assessed against the full electoral context. And the fact is that all the above abusive measures guaranteed Putin an electoral process free from genuine political competence and deprived the Russian citizens of their right to stand in the elections and make a free and informed political choice with their vote. That's why, on behalf of the European Union, I want to reiterate here that I strongly condemn, as we have done many times, the illegitimate elections that Russia has organized in the temporarily occupied Ukrainian territories. And as the European Union High Representative for Foreign and Security Policy, I have never shied away from bringing our message to Putin's regime to uphold the rights of all Russian political leaders and activists, civil society representatives, human rights defenders, and independent media, to firmly condemn the attempted illegal annexation of Ukrainian territories and now Russia's full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine. The European Union has demonstrated and will keep demonstrating that any continued internal repression and external aggression by Putin's regime do have negative consequences. Russia's regime underestimated the resilience and unity of the Europeans. We have demonstrated that our unity is unbreakable and that despite Russia's attempt to interfere in our democracies, as I am sure they will try to do again in the next European elections, and no matter how much they invest in disinformation, on manipulation of information, and even trying to pay or maybe paying a few European Union politicians to spread Russia's propaganda. This is despicable. This is despicable, not only illegal, and I welcome that our strong democratic institutions are already taking measures to investigate and condemn these acts. I want to praise the strong political stand of this Parliament, which has never hesitated to support the unprecedented measures that the European Union has taken to respond to both the internal and international aggression by the Russian regime. As these members of this Parliament knows very well, we have imposed by unanimity of all member states 13 sanctions packages to respond to Russia's aggression of Ukraine, invasion of Ukraine. And following Navalny's death, we imposed sanctions against 33 persons and 2 entities under the human rights sanctions regime. By the way, a regime that I proposed to create in my first Foreign Affairs Council as High Representative, and now we have in order to fight against the human rights violators. And now we have a new Russian-specific sanction regime, which is under discussion by member states, and I hope it will be approved swiftly as well. The Russia's economy and their war machinery has been considerably weakened by our sanctions. And on time, the effect of these sanctions will be increasingly evident as volume and quality of investment deteriorate, and Russia is being deprived of the advanced technologies needed to support its war and its growth. We expose Russia's propaganda, disinformation and interference, and information manipulation orchestrated by Putin's regime. And I invite you to, all of you, to watch and share the EU versus Disinformation website and its social media accounting to continue raising awareness on this threat. We have cut our dependency on Russian gas. The value of European Union imports from Russia fell by 82% between February 2022 and December 2023. 82% decrease means almost vanishing. We have reduced our dependency on Russian gas imports from 40% of our total imports in 2021 to 15% in 2023. And with our sanctions, we have not only successfully diversified away from Russia's fossil fuels, but curtailed Russia's ability to weaponize its energy supplies, cut major revenue streams of the Kremlin, and supported lower energy prices in Europe after the big boost of the last summer. Honourable members, all that is okay, well done. We have to continue doing more and quicker. We have to continue supporting Russian independent media, civil society and human rights activists inside and outside Russia. We have to support the Russian NGOs and human rights defenders. They deserve to receive our support, and we assist Russian language independent media and journalists. And the European Union institutions and its member states have already provided Ukraine with a quite big figure of 96 billion euros of support. We are reaching the 100 billion of support to Ukraine. And inside this figure of 31 billion are military support. And additionally to that, there is the microfinancial, humanitarian and other kinds of support. Some may say, oh, this is very expensive to support Ukraine. Not to support Ukraine and let Ukraine fall in front of the Russian aggression will be much more expensive for us and for the generation to come, because Russia would become a bigger threat to our security and freedom. Yes, we have to support Ukraine for long as it takes, and putting in action all our capacities, financial and military. Honourable members, this is a good occasion to commit on continuing upholding the human rights of all Russians, because we have nothing against the Russian people. Neither us nor the Ukrainians are in war with the Russian people. They are just defending from a regime that use war in order to change their political system and to cancel their independence and sovereignty. And we are supporting them and offering an unwavering support to neighbor Ukraine, not just because it's our neighbor, it's because it's our partner. One of the most important partners and now a candidate to become member of the European Union. And its independence, its sovereignty, its territorial integrity is also part of our capacity to continue living in freedom. So please support the action taken by the European institutions and member states to continue supporting Ukraine, and make clear that the last elections in Russia have not been neither free nor fair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, High Representative. For the EPP Group, Rasa Yuknevichiene. Please.
Dear colleagues, Putin is an illegitimate president. I call on the leaders of the democratic world not to call Putin president, because he is certainly not one now. First of all, because this electoral operation took place in the occupied territories of Ukraine. There have been no democratic elections in Russia for a long time. It was a psychological KGB-type operation against its own citizens, first of all. At the same time, Ukrainians continue to die on the front lines. Their cities are being destroyed every day. On the eve of this special operation, which Putin calls elections, Alexei Navalny died in a gulag-like prison in the Arctic, a man whom Putin feared and therefore tortured. Putin is afraid of real elections because he is afraid of his people. That is why Putin is the biggest Russophobe. Putin is creating a 21st century totalitarianism in Russia based on hatred, aggression and violence. But this colonial imperial regime will collapse sooner or later. I once again call on you to stop being afraid of Putin. Let him be afraid of us. We need a strategy and a coalition for victory in Ukraine, but we also need a bold coalition to defeat Putin and his regime, the kind of coalition that was built to defeat Hitler.
Thank you very much. For the group of the Socialists and Democrats, Eero Heinäluoma.
Arvoisa puhemies, Venäjän viimekuisten presidentinvaalien tulos ei tainnut yllättää ketään. Niin sanotut vaalit käytiin tilanteessa, jossa maan oppositio on vangittuna, maanpaossa tai surmattuna, todelliset poliittiset haastajat estetty asettumasta ehdolle ja vapaa media ajettu alas. Tilanteessa, jossa kansalaisyhteiskunta on tukahdutettu ja kansalaisia vangittu mielensä osoittamisesta. Vaalit eivät siis todellakaan olleet vapaat eivätkä reilut, vaan näytös istuvan presidentin valtakauden jatkamiseksi. Vaalit käytiin tilanteessa, jossa Venäjä jatkaa 3. vuotta hyökkäyssotaansa Ukrainassa. Venäjän miehittämillä alueilla Ukrainassa vaalit käytiin aseistettujen sotilaiden tarkkailun ja painostuksen alla. Vaalien järjestäminen miehitetyillä alueilla on räikeä loukkaus Ukrainan itsenäisyyttä, itsemääräämisoikeutta ja alueellista koskemattomuutta vastaan. Ne olivat kansainvälisen oikeuden vastaiset, eikä niiden tulosta näin ollen voi pitää laillisena. Putinin käyttäessä tekaistua vaalivoittoa oikeuttaakseen sotatoimet Ukrainassa tulee Euroopan unionin seistä Ukrainan ja ukrainalaisten rinnalla entistä lujemmin. Tukemme Ukrainalle tulee jatkua horjumattomana ja sitä tulee lisätä, ei vähentää. Venäjän muutos on venäläisten itsensä tehtävä. Kuten Aleksei Navalny ennen kuolemansa ja maan oppositio ennen vaaleja vetosi, saapui Putinin vastustajia protestimielessä samaan aikaan äänestyspaikoille sunnuntaina keskipäivältä. Nämä kansalaiset edustavat toisenlaista Venäjää, uutta Venäjää, Venäjää, jota meidän on syytä tukea.
Thank you very much. I invite all members to go smoothly and silently to their places and give the floor to our next speaker for the Renew Group, Bernard Guetta. Please.
Dear colleagues, it would be nice to listen a little bit. Just a little bit. Thank you. Just a question of politeness. I will start. Président de la Fédération de Russie, oui, vous l'êtes bel et bien, Monsieur Poutine. Vous l'êtes, hélas, encore et toujours, car ce sont bien vos ambitions impériales qui ont fait renaître la guerre en Europe et mis le monde au bord du gouffre. Mais président élu du peuple russe, non, vous ne l'êtes pas. Vous ne l'êtes pas puisque vous avez poussé cette mascarade jusqu'à l'organiser dans les territoires ukrainiens annexés. Vous ne l'êtes pas puisqu'il n'y eut pas d'autre campagne que votre glorification permanente. Vous ne l'êtes pas car vous n'avez pas eu d'autres adversaires que ceux que vous aviez désignés. Vous ne l'êtes pas car si vous n'aviez pas craint le désaveu de votre peuple, vous n'auriez pas instauré votre froide terreur et fait embastiller ou assassiner vos opposants. C'est avant tout vous-même, votre peur de tout et de chacun, qui avez enlevé, triste sire, toute crédibilité à ce triste sacre.
Thank you very much. And now the floor goes to Sergei Lagodinsky.
Colleagues, it's not a matter of politeness. For many people in Ukraine and in Russia, it's a matter of survival. What we're talking about here is not elections. It's a mockery of choice that we've been experiencing for the past months and witnessing for the past months in Russia. Election campaign made by Kremlin made that political opponents were killed. Also some of us who are friends with them or some of us who gave them prizes have witnessed that. Political campaign made in Kremlin meant that some few authentic opposition candidates were disqualified for no reasons, and it meant that people in occupied territories in Ukraine were not just killed and tortured, they were at gunpoint subjugated under a new occupier czar. We already witnessed the fallout of this travesty of elections. Ukraine terrorized even more, and Russians controlled even tighter. And under those circumstances, our answer can be only threefold. The EU should state clearly that these elections were an illegitimate farce. We must urgently increase help for Ukraine so that they don't have to vote once again under gunpoint. And we do everything to support courageous Russian opposition and to save those who are in prison for political reasons, like Vladimir Kara-Murza, like Ilya Yashin, like Lilia Chanusheva, and many others. This is our duty, and this duty we will follow.
Thank you very much. We've finished our Parliament speakers list. I invite all members to go silently to the places. And finally, I give the floor to High Representative Josep Borrell. Please. And again, really everybody silently go into your seats. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President. I am very happy that so many members came to listen to my concluding remarks to this important debate. Thank you for your attention. I'm not joking. The debate is important because what has happened in Russia is important. These elections did not bring any change in Russia, and so there is no change in our policy toward Russia. These elections took place in an ever-shrinking political space. Russian voters were deprived of a real choice. Many candidates were precluded from running, including all those who opposed the Russia war of aggression against Ukraine. Happy to see that all the members that took the floor in this debate support the important work that we are doing in order to support the Russian civil society organizations, the human rights defenders, and independent media. As regards the rights of minorities in the electoral process, according to the Russian Constitution, Russian citizens, including minorities, can run to vote. And we have been topping up the funding for Russia pro-democracy anti-war actors in size and in a number of operations. We will continue supporting the Russia human rights defenders and their agenda in international human forum. We monitor judicial cases in Russia together with member states. Support independent media is crucial, as has been demonstrated in the electoral context. All Russians should have access to reliable information. We will continue calling on Russia to abolish its repressive legislation concerning what they claim to be foreign agents. Any one of you would be considered undesirable or more recently wanted. And to be called undesirable or wanted in Russia opened the door to arbitrary detentions. I think I have to finish my speech because maybe you have more important things to do in the coming moments. I know you are going to face important decisions, but I want to reiterate that Russia must cease its illegal war of aggression against Ukraine, to withdraw its military forces, and we demand also the United Nations General Assembly by an overwhelming majority of 141 member states. The international community has sent this message loud and clear, and I am very happy to see on this debate that we count on the support of the European Union Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The debate is closed and the vote will be held at the next part session.
For the rest, we have a majority. You already have a declaration. Because we have
So good afternoon. The sitting is resumed and we now come to the votes. I would like to inform the House that I have received a request for a point of order and I will give the floor to Monsieur Clergeau. Allez-y.
Merci Madame la Présidente. On veut nous imposer ici une réforme de la politique agricole commune sans débat et sans vote. On veut se débarrasser du volet écologique de la PAC sans débat et sans vote. C'était le cas avec l'acte délégué sur le retournement des prairies, sur les prairies permanentes proposé par la Commission et pour lequel la Commission Agriculture a voté une early non-objection. Vous avez ce matin ouvert la procédure pour pouvoir s'y opposer. J'ai le plaisir et l'honneur de vous annoncer qu'il y aura demain matin plus de 80 signatures de députés pour s'opposer à cette early non-objection et faire en sorte que nous ayons un débat et un vote en avril 2 à Strasbourg. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur Clergeau. On a travaillé selon la règle 111, mais on va voir. Okay, we start with the report by Salvatore De Meo on amendments to Parliament's Rules of Procedure, implementing the parliamentary reform, Parliament 2024. We start with the 89 amendments by the committee responsible. A block vote. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 16 in two parts. First part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 16, three parts, all by show of hands. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Let's check. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Same majority. Vote is it's carried. Third part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Let's check this. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 62 in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 66 in four parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. Third part, who's in favour? Who's against? No. We need absolute majority. So we need 353. That's why. So it's even harder to see. So, third part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? We check this. Whose vote is closed? Rejected. Fourth part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Let's check this as well. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 69 in four parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? We need to check all of this. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Same majority. Adopted. Third part, who's in favour? Okay, we check. We check 69, second part. Vote is closed. Adopted. Third part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Fourth part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Let's check this. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 71. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 73 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 75 in two parts, both by roll call. First part, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 86 in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. 91 in two parts. First part and second part by roll call. First part, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 92 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 93 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 94. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 97 in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 101, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 144 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 142 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 126. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected.
25.
Amendment 25 in two parts, both by roll call. First part, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendments 127, 128. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 27. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. 118 falls. 129. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 119 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 120 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 40. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 4. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 41 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 121 falls. We go to Amendment 15. Where is it? We vote next on Amendment 15 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 42. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 43, corresponding point, part 1. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 130. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 43, corresponding part 2. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 132. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 46. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 131. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 123 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 88 in 4 parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. Third part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check this too, please. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Fourth part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 124 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 125 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 138 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 134 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 139 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendments 147 and 148 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. We move to 146. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 107. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendments 137 and 140. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Therefore, we go to 143 by roll call. Vote is open. This is a normal majority now. Vote is closed. Adopted. And we vote now. No, this is normal majority now. So we vote on the decision as a whole by roll call. The vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. So now we move to the report by Fabienne Keller on the common procedure for international protection in the Union. We vote on the proposal to vote on amendments to the draft legislative act. We vote on a procedural motion first by roll call. The vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. We vote therefore on the provisional agreement, amendment 346 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Therefore, the first reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report. All right. This is a voting session. This is a voting session, and I expect that this session is respected. We are in a sovereign moment. We are in the middle of a voting session. This Parliament and its members need to be able to vote with serenity. We will pause for a few moments until we can resume. We would like to resume the vote, please. This is an important moment for this mandate and this Parliament. Members need to be allowed the possibility to vote. You have made your point. You have made your point. The members would like to resume the voting session, please. We will wait. I would like us to continue. And I'm sure the colleagues would like to. This is our job and we are doing it. We will continue. Please, everybody keep their seats. Please, everybody keep their seats. We are going to resume immediately. Mr. Weimers, you want to speak? 159.
I would suggest that colleagues who are applauding this utter disrespect of democracy will go out and embrace their fellows
each other.
Because they don't respect parliamentary procedures. That's the way they behave every time. Thank you.
All right. All right. Let's resume our work. Let's resume our work. We are going to vote now on the report by Juan Fernando López Aguilar on addressing situations of crisis and force majeure. There is a proposal to vote on amendments to the draft legislative act. Procedural motion by roll call vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. We vote now on the provisional agreement, amendment 131 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. First reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report by Thomas Tobé on asylum and migration management. There is a proposal to vote on amendments to the draft legislative act. A procedural motion by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. We vote now on the provisional agreement, amendment 473 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. We move to the report by Fabienne Keller on establishing a return procedure and amending Regulation 2021-1148. We vote on the provisional agreement, Amendment 1 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted, and therefore the first reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report by Birgit Sippel on screening of third country nationals at the external borders. Proposal to vote on amendments to the draft legislative act. Procedural motion by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Provisional Agreement Amendment 210 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. The first reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report by Birgit Sippel on the European Criminal Records Information System for third country nationals. Provisional Agreement Amendment 21 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Thereby the first reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report by Jorge Buxade Villalba on the establishment of Eurodac. Proposal to vote on amendments to the draft legislative act. Procedural motion first by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Move to the provisional agreement. Amendment 158 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. First reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report by Malin Björk on the Union Resettlement Framework. Proposal to reject the Commission proposal. Amendment 122 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Proposal to vote on amendments to the draft legislative act. Procedural motion by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. We move to the provisional agreement. Amendment 121 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. First reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report by Matthias Nemeth on standards for the qualification of third country nationals or stateless persons as beneficiaries of international protection. There's a proposal to reject the Commission proposal. Amendment 179 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Proposal to vote on amendments to the draft legislative act. Procedural motion by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. We vote on the provisional agreement. Amendment 178 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Therefore, the first reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report by Sophie in 't Veld on standards for the reception of applicants for international protection. There is a proposal to vote on amendments to the draft legislative act. Procedural motion by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. This is rejected. We vote on the provisional agreement. Amendment 146 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Thereby the first reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report by Sergei Lagodinsky on laying down additional procedural rules relating to the enforcement of Regulation 2016-679. 205 amendments by the committee responsible. Block vote. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 96. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 146. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. 178. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 212. Who is in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 64. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed on 64. Adopted. 213. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 158. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 214. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 183. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. 183. Vote is closed. Adopted. We vote now on the Commission proposal by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. I give the floor to the Chair of the Libe Committee, Mr. Lopez Aguilar. 1 minute?
It's just to make a request. There's no time.
Less than 1 minute. Go ahead, Juan Fernando.
Thank you, Madam President. In view of the vote, I can only invoke Article 59.4 of our Rules of Procedure and ask for the referral back to the committee for institutional negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lopez Aguilar. Therefore, we vote on the referral back. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? I need to check this. Oh, no, it's clear. All right. Vote is closed. Broadly adopted, and therefore the report is referred back to the committee in accordance with Rule 59.4. We move to the report by Christian Doleshal on a new regulation on construction products, provisional agreement, Amendment 505 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Thereby the first reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report by Axel Voss on the time limits for the adoption of sustainability reporting standards for certain sectors. Provisional agreement, Amendment 8 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Thereby the first reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report by Pascal Canfin and Jutta Paulus on methane emissions reduction in the energy sector. We vote on the provisional agreement, Amendment 281 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Therefore, the first reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report by Marlene Mortler on mercury. We vote on the provisional agreement, Amendment 19, by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. First reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report by Bas Eickhout on strengthening the CO2 emission performance targets for new heavy-duty vehicles. I give the floor first to the Commission.
Honourable President, honourable members, I wish to thank the rapporteur, Mr. Eickhout, the shadow rapporteurs and members for their constructive approach in preparing for the vote today. The compromise reached with the Council represents a balanced approach, providing a clear and long-term signal to the industry, allowing European manufacturers to strengthen their leadership in technology and innovation. The revised framework will cost-effectively reduce CO2 emissions from heavy-duty vehicles while providing economic benefits for European transport operators and users and lowering energy dependency from imported fossil fuels. Having said that, the Commission would like to make the following statement to ensure the Parliament's support for the agreement reached with the Council. On the recital 17 regarding the assessment of the role of methodology for registering heavy-duty vehicles running exclusively on CO2-neutral fuels in conformity with Union law and with the Union's climate neutrality objective, the Commission takes note of the decision of the European Parliament and the Council to include such recital in the provisional agreement to be voted today on the revision of the regulations setting CO2 emission performance standards for new heavy-duty vehicles. After the Parliament and the Council will have adopted the regulation, at the latest 1 a year after its entry into force, the Commission, following consultation with stakeholders, will develop a methodology for registering heavy-duty vehicles running exclusively on CO2-neutral fuels in conformity with Union law and with the Union's climate neutrality objective. Thank you, President. Thank you, honourable members.
Thank you very much. Now, we vote on the proposal to vote on amendments to the draft legislative act. There is a procedural motion by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is rejected. Therefore, we vote on the provisional agreement. Amendment 147 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed, and it is adopted, and therefore the first reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report by Alexander Benhuber on foodstuffs for human consumption. Provisional Agreement, Amendment 68. By roll call, vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Therefore, the first reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report by Pascal Canfin on European Environmental Economic Accounts, new modules, provisional agreement, Amendment 44 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. It is adopted. First reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report by Lydia Pereira on the Union Certification Framework for Carbon Removals. Provisional Agreement, Amendment 158 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. We move to the draft legislative resolution, Amendment 159. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Therefore, the first reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report by Mark Angel and Sirpa Pietikainen on standards for equality bodies in the field of equal treatment and equal opportunities. Provisional Agreement, Amendment 120. By roll call, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. First reading of Parliament is therefore closed. We move to the report by Sirpa Pietikainen on standards for equality bodies in the field of equal treatment between persons. We vote on consent by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Report by Birgit Sippel on temporary derogation combating online child sexual abuse. Provisional Agreement, Amendment 13 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. First reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report by Francisco Guerreiro on conservation, management and control measures applicable in the area covered by the NEAFC Convention. Provisional Agreement, Amendment 61 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. First reading of Parliament is therefore closed. We move to the report by Caroline Nachterhal on the investigation of accidents in the maritime transport sector. Provisional Agreement, Amendment 36 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. First reading of Parliament is closed. Broadly. We move to the report by Vera Tax on port state control. I give the report to Ms. Tax for 2 minutes.
Dank u wel, president. Ik zal proberen het korter te doen. De Europese scheepvaart en onze havens zijn van groot strategisch belang. Op de eerste plaats voor onze energie- en voedselvoorziening, voor onze veiligheid en daarbij ook voor onze economische welvaart en de handelspositie in de wereld. De stemming zometeen over de havenstaatcontrole en de vlaggenstaatverplichtingen is een belangrijke update van de Europese maritieme wetgeving. De wet reguleert immers de handhaving van de internationale maritieme conventies voor de vlaggenstaten in de EU. Het zorgt ervoor dat alle Europese landen aan hun verplichtingen zullen voldoen. Dat de inspecties in alle alle Europese havens adequaat zijn. Deze wetsvoorziening zorgt voor digitalisering. De Europese Commissie gaat een informatiedatabank opzetten waarin alle informatie rond inspecties online toegankelijk is voor vlaggenstaat- en havenstaatinspecteurs, om zodoende hun werk te vergemakkelijken. Daarnaast zal EMSA, het Europese Maritieme Veiligheidsagentschap, de vlaggenstaten bijstaan voor meer harmonisatie tussen de lidstaten. Met deze wet komt de verplichting dat alle EU-vlaggenstaten elk schip in hun vloot iedere 5 jaar moet inspecteren. De milieuparameters zijn versterkt om vervuilende schepen aan te pakken en de richtlijn voor de werkomstandigheden aan boord zijn versterkt. Deze herziening is een belangrijke update en laat zien dat wij ons hier blijvend inzetten om de veiligheidsnormen voor schepen en hun bemanning te verhogen. Het onderstreept onze toewijding aan het beschermen van levens op zee en het verbeteren van het algehele welzijn van onze Europese scheepvaartsector. Ik wil alle bedanken die hieraan hun bijdrage hebben gedaan en ik vertrouw erop dat dit parlement ons werk zal steunen. Dank u wel.
Thank you. So we vote on the provisional agreement, amendment 41 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And the first reading of Parliament is closed with its adoption. The report by Mr. Marinescu on ship source pollution and on the introduction of penalties for infringements. Provisional agreement, amendment 50 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. First reading of Parliament is therefore closed. We move to the report by Vera Tax on compliance with flag state requirements. Provisional agreement, amendment 34 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it's adopted, and the first reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report by Martin Hojsík on soil monitoring and resilience. I will give the floor to the rapporteur, Mr. Hojsík, for 2 minutes maximum.
Thank you very much, colleagues. 3 years ago, this House, overwhelmingly with 86% of you, called for this, called for a legislative framework for soil, because indeed European soil is in peril. Normally, in a handful of live soil, you find more living creatures than there are people on this planet. Yet our soils are dying. And today we can do the first important step. We can actually find out properly what's going on. We can take this information and give it to farmers and foresters around Europe that they actually can act. No, we're not putting new obligations on them. No, we're not asking for new bureaucracy. We are giving them tools and help in this hour of need. So I hope that you will be able to support this report, and I would really like to thank all the shadow rapporteurs, both in Envi and Agri, also the rapporteur in Agri and all the staff that worked on it hard, because I think it's now finally the time that Europe shall protect its precious soil. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hojsík. We vote first on a proposal to reject the Commission proposal, amendments 235 and 265 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is rejected. We vote then on the draft legislative act, 174 amendments by the committee, block vote. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 10, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 23, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 28. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 36 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 45 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 67 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 76 in 2 parts. First part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 79. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 85 in two parts. Vote by roll call. First part. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 95 in three parts, all by roll call. First part, open the vote. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Third part, vote is open. This is me. Vote is closed. Rejected. 105 by roll call. Vote is open. Sinister. Vote is closed. Adopted. 106 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 107 in three parts, all by roll call. First part, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Third part, vote is open. Somewhere else. Vote is closed. Adopted. 108 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 109 by vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 124. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. 125. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. 136. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 198 in two parts. First part, by roll call, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part, by roll call, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 199 in two parts, both by roll call. First part, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part, by roll call, vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 219 by roll call, vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. We vote on Amendment 43 by show of hands. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. We'll check. Let's check this. Vote is closed. No, adopted. Broadly. Amendment 220 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 238 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 245. Who's in favor? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. 217 and 266. Who's in favor? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. 247. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. 221. Who's in favor? 221. Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Let's split right down the middle. Vote is closed on 221. Adopted. 222. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. 63. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. 223. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. 224. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 225. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. 225. Vote is closed. Rejected. 226. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. 227 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Ooh. Adopted. 228 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 229 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 88. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. 88. Vote is closed. Adopted. 248 by roll call. Vote is open. 248. Vote is closed. Adopted. So we go to 249. Who's in favor? Who's against? Nobody is in favor. Okay, so again, who's in favor? 249. Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed on 249. Clear. Adopted. 250. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. 251. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. 252 and 123. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 127. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. 241 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 254. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. 129. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. They are too close from here. No, but it's clear. Vote is closed. Adopted. 256. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? A check. Vote is closed. Rejected. 257. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. 131. Who's in favour? And who is against? Who abstains? Check. 131. Vote is closed. Adopted. 242 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 258. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. 243 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 244 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 259. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. 230. Vote is open by roll call. Vote is closed. Rejected. Good that we checked. 231 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 232 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 233 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 180. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. No risk. Vote is closed. Adopted. 234 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. So, we move to 260 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 261 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. The next three all by roll call. 262 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 263. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 264. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. We vote on 216. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. 218. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check this too. Vote is closed. Rejected. I give the floor now to Ms. Marie Toussaint to move an oral amendment introducing a new recital after recital 21.
Chers collègues, en Guadeloupe et en Martinique, les sols ont été pollués pendant 2 décennies par le pesticide chlordécone, classé cancérogène, qui contamine aujourd'hui 90% de la population. Alors que les populations ultramarines dénoncent l'écocide, nous voulons souligner l'urgence de dépolluer ces sols et vous proposons l'amendement suivant. Les États membres devraient prioriser la réduction des risques pour la santé humaine, la santé animale et l'environnement liés aux contaminations particulièrement nocives telles que les fortes concentrations de chlordécone, d'arsenic ou de nickel dans toutes les régions telles que la Guadeloupe, la Martinique, la Guyane française et devraient par conséquent mettre en place des mesures concrètes et ambitieuses pour arrêter la dégradation des sols, étudier leur qualité et régénérer la santé des sols dans ces régions.
Thank you, Ms. Toussaint. Is there anybody opposing this oral amendment? Okay, we need 38. And then someone will need to count. Not enough. There are more than 38. So the oral amendment cannot be taken into consideration and we continue with the votes. We go to Amendment 246 by roll call. Vote is open. 246. Vote is closed. Rejected. We vote on Amendment 9. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. So we vote now on Amendment 236 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 237 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. So we vote on the Commission proposal by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted, and therefore the first reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report by Pascal Canfin and Barbara Thaler on the accounting of greenhouse gas emissions of transport services. 102 amendments by the committee responsible. Block vote. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 104 in 2 parts, both by roll call. Vote is open on the first part. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 115. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. No, rejected. Vote is closed. Yeah, rejected. 116. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 35. Amendment. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. 117. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 118. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 44. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. 119. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 120. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 121 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 107 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 108 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 109 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 110. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 111. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 112. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 113. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 114. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. We vote on the Commission proposal by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. First reading of Parliament is closed. Report by Thomas Tobé on the partnership agreement between the European Union and the Organisation of African, Caribbean and Pacific States. We vote on consent by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Report by Thomas Tobé on the partnership agreement between the European Union and the Organisation of African, Caribbean and Pacific States resolution. Single vote by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. The report by Karin Karlsbro on EU-Côte d'Ivoire voluntary partnership agreement, forest law enforcement. Vote on consent by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Report by Karen Karlsbro on the EU-Côte d'Ivoire voluntary partnership agreement on forest law enforcement resolution. Single vote by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Report by Marco Campomenosi on the agreement with the European Union and Egypt pursuant to the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade. Vote on consent by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Report by Jordi Cañas on the agreement between the European Union and Argentina pursuant to the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade. Vote on consent by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Report by Irene Tinagli on VAT, amendment of the EU-Norway Agreement on Administrative Cooperation, combating fraud and recovery of claims. Single vote by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Report by Malika Zmani on the EU-Iceland Agreement on the Instrument for Financial Support for Border Management. Vote of consent by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Report by Charlie Weimers on the EU-Norway Agreement on the Instrument for Financial Support for Border Management. Vote on consent by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Report by Jadwiga Wiśniewska on the EU-Swiss Confederation Agreement on the Instrument for Financial Support for Border Management. Vote of consent by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Report by Thijs Ruijten on the conclusion of an agreement between the European Union and Armenia. I give the floor to the rapporteur, Mr. Ruijten, for 2 minutes maximum.
Thank you, President, colleagues. I welcome this important step in the international judicial cooperation between the European Union and the Republic of Armenia, and I ask the floor because this agreement marks the first agreement between Eurojust and a third country since the entry into force of the Eurojust regulation of 2019. And it will improve cooperation in the investigation and prosecution of serious crimes, and it is subject to strict safeguards in relation to data protection, privacy and fundamental rights, and will be monitored. I want to thank the shadows and ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reuten. So we vote on the consent by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. We move to the report by Paolo Rangel on the EU-Liechtenstein agreement on the instrument for financial support for border management. Vote on consent by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Report by Lydia Pereira on establishing a head office tax system for micro, small and medium-sized enterprises. Single vote by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Report by Kira Peter Hansen on transfer pricing. Single vote by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Report by Pernille Weiss on the Union Code relating to medicinal products for human use. 330 amendments by the committee responsible. Block vote. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 25. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 55. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 85 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 159 in two parts, both by roll call. Vote is open on the first part. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 341. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 342. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 343 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 176. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 190. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 345 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 346 by roll call. Vote is open. Apologies. I'm sorry. We vote on 199. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 346 by roll call. Vote is open. Thank you. Vote is closed. Rejected. 339 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 340. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 70. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. We vote on the Commission proposal by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted, and therefore the first reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report by Timo Velken on the Union procedures for the authorisation and supervision of medicinal products for human use. 348 amendments by the committee responsible. Block vote. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 25. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 49. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 86. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 101 in two parts. First part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 103. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 172 in three parts. First part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Third part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 207. Who's in favour? Who's against? Check. Finally. Let's see. Vote is closed. Adopted. 293 in 3 parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Third part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 296, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 298, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 299, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 301, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 329 in 2 parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 356, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 357, who's in favour? Against? Abstains? Adopted. 358, who's in favour? Against? Abstains? Adopted. 359, who's in favour? Against? Abstains? Adopted. 360 in 2 parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 369, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 370, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 371, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 372, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 144, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 373 by roll call vote is open. Wait. Vote is closed. We still have a few more to go, huh? Rejected. 374, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 375, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 376, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 379 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 378 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 377 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 368 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. We vote on the Commission proposal by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted, so the first reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report by Niels Torvalds on urban wastewater treatment provisional agreement, Amendment 268 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. First reading of Parliament is closed. This is the last vote, so please, those remaining in the chamber for the debate, don't leave. Finally, motion for a resolution tabled by the Committee on Petitions on handling of heavy goods vehicles at border crossing points. It's a single vote. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Check.
This is the backup.
So please, colleagues, please leave the hemicycle if you want to continue your talks, because we would like to resume to continue our business. So, verehrte Kolleginnen und Kollegen, nach diesen aufregenden Abstimmungen kommen wir zum nächsten Tagesordnungspunkt. Es folgt die Erklärung des Rates bzw. der Kommission, in diesem Fall ein neuer Verdacht auf die Einmischung Russlands im Europäischen Parlament angesichts der bevorstehenden Europawahl und dessen Auswirkungen auf die Union. Ich kann noch mal bitte alle Kollegen, die jetzt noch Gespräche führen, bitten, diese außerhalb des Plenarsaals fortzusetzen und Ruhe in den Plenarsaal zu bringen. Und als erstes gebe ich im Namen der Kommission der Frau Vizepräsidentin Vera Jourova das Wort.
Mr. President, honourable members, 2 months ago you expressed in this Assembly your outrage and grave concern about the repeated efforts by Russia to undermine European democracy. It is obviously disturbing that Parliament has had to return so quickly to the same issue. I find the recent revelations by the Czech Secret Service in cooperation with other Member State services about the Russian influence network and the operations of the Voice of Europe website very troubling. But they only confirm what I have been saying for a long time. Our democracy cannot be taken for granted, and Kremlin will continue using disinformation, malign interference, corruption and any other dirty tricks from the authoritarian playbook to divide Europe. We have to remain vigilant, both against corruption and against unjustified foreign involvement. This Commission has done an unprecedented amount of work to strengthen Europe's democratic resilience. I fully agree with what you wrote in your February resolution. We need a cross-cutting approach. Or what we called in the European Democracy Action Plan, a whole-of-society approach. And let's be aware of the fact that there is no silver bullet. There is no one solution. We need to be alert and work both on the European and national level. We need to involve not only authorities, but also civil society, media and the citizens. In the last months, I have been touring Europe with exactly this goal in mind, to raise awareness across the board, to share and learn best practices. I have no doubt Russia will continue to be active in our information and decision-making space. So we have to constantly learn and adapt. This is why in December last year we presented the Defence of Democracy package to shed more light against hidden foreign interference. As the key element in this package, we proposed a directive laying down common transparency and accountability standards for interest representation activities on behalf of third countries. Thanks to this proposal, citizens will know who is behind different interest representations when they are used by third countries to influence political debates and decision-making processes in the Union. Specifically on elections, the Commission issued a recommendation on inclusive and resilient elections in December last year. It touches upon the funding of national political parties and political candidates from third countries. Member States are encouraged to identify and address gaps in their legislation and other regulatory measures related to such funding, in particular by promoting transparency and by limiting or prohibiting donations from third countries. The recommendation also included a call on political parties in relation to their conduct during the election campaign. I am happy to say that with the facilitation of the Commission, all the European parties signed on the 9th April such a common code of conduct ahead of the 2024 elections to the European Parliament. In addition, on the same day, the regulation on the transparency of political advertising entered into force. With this law, we gave citizens the possibility to see who is behind political advertisements and how much money has been paid for such campaigns. The Commission, together with the Parliament and the Council, is also part to the interinstitutional agreement on a mandatory transparency register, which entered into force in July 2021. We believe that the EU institutions must meet the highest transparency and integrity standards. This is why last June the Commission adopted a proposal for a creation of an interinstitutional ethics body. The Commission welcomes the agreement of all institutions and advisory bodies of the EU on this proposal, while regretting the fact that the European Council decided not to participate. The agreement is a significant contribution to a common culture of ethics regarding the members of the institutions and advisory committees at EU level. The plenary vote in 2 weeks will be very important. I look forward to the signature and entry into force ahead of the European elections of 2024. The influence operations conducted by Russia within the Parliament also include allegations of potential corruption. The Commission has made the fight against corruption a priority. In May of last year, we presented legislation to strengthen the fight against corruption in Member States. This would ensure that all kinds of corruption are criminalised, including trading in influence and abuse of power. I would urge swift agreement on this text and to maintain a high level of ambition. The Commission has in parallel continued to impose sanctions against Russia, and we have redoubled our efforts with international partners to counter sanctions circumvention. We also established a framework for protection against foreign interference and disinformation in the digital sphere. The Digital Services Act is a global first legal standard for tackling disinformation, also protecting freedom of expression and information. This is also complemented by the revised Code of Practice on Disinformation, whose signatories agreed on strategies and measures to fight disinformation. We have also recently issued Digital Services Act guidelines for elections for providers of very large online platforms and search engines. The External Action Service also coordinated work on the EU toolbox to tackle foreign information manipulation and interference, covering the entire spectrum from situational awareness to resilience building, regulation and diplomatic responses. Dear President, honourable members, we have done a lot to protect our democracy from malign interference, but there is still a lot to be done. And I trust that this House will also look at what lessons can be drawn from the recent revelations and what more can be done. The Member States also have a key role to play in following up on the recent revelations, as well as in terms of prevention. There are aspects that cannot be dealt with by regulation, and in that context it is very encouraging to see cooperation of intelligence services. I am looking forward to the debate on this issue. Thank you very much.
Ganz herzlichen Dank, Frau Kommissarin Jourová. Als erstes gebe ich das Wort der Kollegin Kalniete.
Godātie kolēģi, Pēc Ždanokas sadarbības ar Krievijas spēcdienestu atklāšanas bija skaidrs, ka viņa parlamentā nav vienīgā, kur strādā Kremļa labā. Nesen Čehijas un Vācijas drošības iestādes korupciju ir apstiprinājušas. Mums jāapzinās, ka Krievijas ietekmes aģentu tīkls Eiropā ir plašs un toksisks. To Kremlis ir pārmantojis no Padomju Savienības un veiksmīgi attīstījis tajā, iepinot arī politiskās elites pārstāvis Šrēderu, Liponenu, Fijonu, parlamentu deputātus un dažādu mērogu pašvaldību vadītājus. Nākamajā piecgadē deputātu uzdevums būs pieņemt lēmumus par Eiropas aizsardzības kapacitātes stiprināšanu un militārās industrijas attīstību, arī likumus, kur mērķis ir novērst Eiropas Savienības strateģisko atkarību no trešo valstu piegāžu ķēdēm. Tie ir lēmumi, kurus pieņemot mums ir jānodrošinās pret ārvalstu aģentu ietekmi un viņu radītajiem riskiem. Kopš Krievijas agresijas Ukrainā Eiropas Savienības institūcijas ir pakļautas arvien biežākiem plaša spektra hibrīdu uzdevumiem, un mūsu neaizsargātība pret Krievijas aģentiem ir šokējoša. Tāpēc mums neatliekami ir jānostiprina Eiropas parlamenta iekšējās drošības sistēma, izstrādājot un ieviešot
Good evening to you all. The European Parliament has just voted in favour of a new way forward on asylum and migration. We have listened, we have acted, and we have delivered on one of the main concerns of people across Europe. This is a historic day for Europe. I want to thank members of the European Parliament who have spent years working on this. Thank you to successive presidencies who pushed this forward despite the difficulties, and the Belgian presidency and Prime Minister De Croo in particular for pulling it over the finish line. Thank you so much also to Commissioner Johansson and her team, Vice President Skinas and President von der Leyen, for their commitment to seeing this through. This new Asylum and Migration Pact has ushered in new laws that had been more than 10 years in the making. Today we have voted in favour of a package that provides for a robust legislative framework that is the same in all member states, that puts humanity first, that understands all the different, difficult aspects of this issue, that secures Europe's external borders, that provides clarity on applicable rules, that ensures the right balance between solidarity and responsibility in full respect of fundamental rights. We promised a new system that is fair with those eligible for protection, that is firm with those who are not, and that is strong against the traffickers and the networks preying on the most vulnerable of people. Tonight we have delivered on that promise. Now this package goes a long way. It will not magically solve every issue overnight, but it is 10 giant leaps forward. It will simplify procedures. It will reduce lengthy application processes. It will increase and intensify coordination. And ultimately, it will ensure that those who are in desperate, urgent and legitimate need for protection get it and get it fast. It ensures that no member state will be left alone again to cope with the pressure, whether that state is in the Mediterranean or on other land routes, whether it is those states dealing with secondary movements or those states facing down hybrid threats and instrumentalisation of migration, as we have seen in recent months. This is a legislative acknowledgement that for a European issue, we must have a European response. Critically, these new laws recognise that migration is above all a human issue, and that behind each heartbreaking statistic is a life, a dream, a name. Today, this Parliament has shown that Europe lives up to its responsibility and its promises. That is what is at the heart of this pact. There is, of course, still more to do. On returns, on working with our partner countries, we will keep up the work. This package has all the potential to make a real difference, to help prevent deaths at sea and address an issue that has been left on the back burner for far too long. Now we must make sure that what has been agreed to is fully implemented in all our member states, and that implementation goes hand in hand with the respect for our shared humanity, because that is the European way.
Thank you very much. Today is indeed a historic day. After years of intense work, the Pact of Migration and Asylum becomes a reality. It is a huge achievement for Europe. And this excellent achievement is built on the outstanding work of so many. So let me start by thanking Vice President Skinas and Commissioner Johansson for your amazing work, tireless work. You and your teams have worked so hard over so many years to make this day happen. Now it's here, you made it. Dear Roberta, I also want to thank you and the European Parliament for your dedication and for the excellent cooperation. This was really amazing. And I want to thank the successive Council presidencies, and I start with you, dear Alexander, the Belgian presidency, who got us over the finish line. Thank you so much. We all understand this fundamental truth. Migration is a European challenge which must be met with a European solution, one that is effective and both fair and firm. And this is what the Pact on Migration and Asylum delivers. It will be making a real difference for all Europeans. First, more secure European borders, knowing exactly who crosses our borders by registering and screening everyone, while ensuring the protection of the fundamental rights through an independent monitoring. Second, faster, more efficient procedures for asylum and return. This means that those with no right to asylum will not be allowed to enter the European Union, while those escaping war or persecution can count on the protection they need. The Pact strikes the right balance between stricter rule against the abuse of the system and care for the most vulnerable. And third, more solidarity with the member states at our external borders, because they manage the pressure from illegal migration. So all member states will be part of this solidarity effort, but they will choose how best to do it. And at the same time, secondary movement within the European Union cannot be allowed. The new rules foresee closer collaboration between member states to stop secondary movements. In essence, the Pact is about how best to pull our weight together. We will do it in a way that respects our obligation as part of the international community to support those with the right to international protection. We have fulfilled it in the past, and we will continue to do so. But we must be the ones to decide who comes to the European Union and under what circumstances, and not the smugglers and traffickers. With the Pact in place, we have the legal framework we need. This is one leg. The second leg is our operational support to member states. We will continue to bring them tailored solutions on border management, the fight against smugglers and returns. And we will continue to respond to crises from Lampedusa to Finland's border, from the Canary Islands to Cyprus. In parallel, we will also press ahead with our work with global partners, developing partnerships with countries of origin and transit, so that we can address the root causes of migration together. This engagement has become an essential pillar of our work, and it is delivering. To conclude, I am proud to say we delivered a European solution. But our work is not done yet, And it must be the same determination and unity that has led us to this day that has to guide us to make the Pact a true success in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, dear Roberta, dear Ursula, thank you for the very kind words, and let me join in all the thanks that have been given to people who have put so much of their effort in adapting our proposals and making compromises and in coming to an agreement. And would like to add to that big group our Belgian State Secretary Nicole de Moor for taking up that file and to bringing it into safe haven. Nicole, you really did a tremendous work, and you answered to the expectations of population throughout Europe. Every day we see that migrants risk their lives to try to reach Europe. Most of these men, women and children are victims of criminals, smugglers, human traffickers, who decides who gets to go to Europe and who does not get to go to Europe. Our citizens expect us to organize migration in an orderly way. And this Pact on Migration and Asylum aims to change that immoral and illegal business system that is being used way too often. And we have here a pact which takes an important first step in taking back control, in monitoring our external borders, and in offering protection to people who are entitled to have protection. As being said, migration is a complex phenomenon of all times, and there is no miracle solution to that. But this pact offers the member states the tools to better control and to better steer the flows of migration. Parliament has voted, and we are happy with the vote of Parliament. Now we have to get to work, and the implementation of this will be launched very soon politically with a ministerial conference which will take place in Ghent next month. This means we have to get to work to put these agreements into actions, and that means three main elements to us. First of all, better protect our borders to prevent illegal border crossings. Secondly, better spread the migration burden to all member states. And third, and I would say above all, make sure that Europe is only reached by asylum seekers who are entitled to have protection. That also means that we will continue to make agreements with third countries, like we did successfully with Tunisia, with Turkey, with Egypt, with Mauritania. These agreements are the type of agreements that we need to make, because we do it in a partnership. And I think our recent visit to Egypt demonstrated again that migration can only be addressed if we do it with mutually beneficial partnerships with the countries of origin and of transit. In recent months, agreements like that have been made in Mauritania and Tunis and in Cairo, and I think it has shown our capacity as the European Union to come to balanced, comprehensive agreements with the countries in our neighbourhood. I hope we are now in a momentum, and that we keep that momentum. It is an important step. I want to congratulate everyone who has worked on this. This is only a first starting point to stop the smugglers and to better protect our borders. It is a first step, but it is a very important first step. Thank you.
Hello, Mattia Bernardo Bagnoli, ANSA. A question for both of the presidents first. Now that the pact has been approved, you can honestly say to countries like Italy, Spain, Greece, Malta, who are at the forefront of migration, that the reforms will work and solidarity will be there, how the pact can help them in practice. And for you, Prime Minister, do you see challenges in the implementations of the pact? And if so, which ones? Thank you.
So I can tell you with a definite yes. Coming from one of the countries that you mentioned, this has been a request, a plea, if I could say, for many years, that countries that are on the front line, whether they have a sea border or a land border, it's important to say, are not left alone. That the individual pieces of the legislative pact, whether it is the crisis instrument, the border procedure, Eurodac, which will look at details of who enters, who applies for asylum, reception conditions. These are all individual elements that will serve to address the concerns long held of frontline member states. But I'd like to add one more issue. In 2015, for the first time, there were countries that were not only the ones in the south that said they were on the front line. In 2020 and 2021, we saw the instrumentalization of migrants across the Polish, Belarusian and Baltic borders. Earlier this year, we saw the instrumentalization of migrants along the Russian and Finnish border. And that in order for us to show, even with solutions that we inserted inside the Pact across all the instruments, that the front line is also now meaning something different to what it used to mean in 2015, 2016, earlier and a little bit later. And that means that all of Europe will share that responsibility for those who are truly in need of protection. And again, across all the instances, fundamental rights will be protected.
So indeed, the big challenge and promise was and is that we have said it is important for us to acknowledge this is a European challenge, migration, irregular migration, which needs a European answer. And for the countries, the answer is no member state will be left alone. And for that, we have introduced mechanisms to make sure that member states under pressure get help. The mandatory solidarity is a solidarity among our member states. Of course, they can choose whether they want to relocate migrants or want to show solidarity in kind or financially. But important is Europe at its best is always when Europe is standing as one and showing solidarity among the member states. And this is what the Pact for Migration and Asylum is now casting into law.
Just to add to that, this pact builds on what is, as Europeans, our strongest point, that is cooperation and solidarity. And we know that related to asylum and migration, there are moments when certain countries are in a difficult situation. And for once, we acknowledge that and we have a mechanism to help out countries. We also know that protecting our borders is something that we need to do together. All countries, in the end, are responsible to protect the outside borders. Specifically on implementation, as being mentioned, we have a ministerial conference which is taking place end of this month, and it really shows our ambition to immediately take the next step after this from our perspective, successful vote which took place.
Philippe Jacquet, Le Monde. I have a political question. What is your message to the political forces that didn't support the pact? And are you afraid that the far right will use it for political gains during the upcoming campaign?
So, first of all, this was a democratic vote, some of which results were quite close, but this is something that one would expect with files that are politically sensitive, such as the ones that we adopted today. I would answer yes to your question if the pact had not passed. I am a candidate in these elections to the European Parliament, and I can tell you that our citizens for years have asked for a European response. And this is what we have delivered today, and we will be able to, unlike in 2019, is go to our citizens and say that we have delivered. It's not ready. It's not a solution to all the challenges. There is still a lot of work to do. However, we have really given a legislative response to a European plea that our citizens have asked across all member states for many, many years.
We have worked very hard to find a common solution, and we deliver. This is the main message today. Politics deliver. We have delivered for the Europeans what they have been asking for. And Europe has decided to work together and to face the challenges together, because we know as 27, as one European Union, we have incredible strength and we can manage migration. We have now the legal basis for strong external borders. Every migrant coming to these borders will be treated the same way, fair and firm. Those who need protection will be protected, but those who are not in need of protections have to return to their home country. And another point is important. We are working together with neighboring countries to make sure that we invest in their economies, we create partnerships, we invest in their education system, for example, in talent partnerships, to make sure that Europe is willing, together with the neighboring country, to work on legal migration. Legal migration is the best tool to destroy the narrative of the smugglers and traffickers. What we do not want is that smugglers and traffickers dominate the scene. So together we will fight this organized crime, but we will make sure that in a partnership way we have a relationship with the neighboring countries that ensures that safe and legal migration is possible.
Just on certain people who try to block this vote. Blocking this vote means that you agree with the status quo. And I think that's not a good thing. The status quo means that certain countries have difficulties in managing the migration flows. We see that people are being subject to criminal activities, to human smugglers. No one could agree with the status quo, I hope. And this is a compromise. But it's a compromise that breaks the status quo, and that's what is expected from us, I think.